Okay, we're back. Mostly. Mm. Okay, that was a weird. That was a weird. It's like it was loading. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hmm. Oops. Oh my gosh! Wait a second. Oh boy. People messaging me right now. I don't know why now. Out of nowhere. Um. Uh. I'm just trying to find how to mute the 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 sound. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, don't worry about it. It's just a dumb thing. I can't do it. Wait a second. There we go. Not that it's a good thing. Okay. I think I figured it out. Okay, I guess this is gonna be happening in the corner of this for a while. Sorry about this. Okay. When I awake, the sun is already up. My room is dimly lit. I feel like it's still last night, but I quickly shake my head to banish the thought. It's cloudy outside. No wonder I didn't wake up. The added darkness seems to have done a lot to help my sleep-deprived body get some actual rest. I glance at the clock. A glance at the clock tells me it's past 1 in the afternoon. I don't remember if it was actually stated when he went to sleep. I'm way past the point of oversleeping. Saber, are you awake? There's no answer. Saber is still next to me, slightly curled and still asleep. Once I'm not sleepy anymore, I wake up. Once I'm not sleepy anymore, I wake up. But Saber has to recover her magical energy. Considering how much she's slept in the past, I doubt she'll wake up until later in the afternoon. I'll leave my room without waking Saber. There's no reason to wake her. The real danger is at night. There's no way Lancer or Gilgamesh will appear while the sun's still out. This is not true, but okay. So we need to come up with a plan. I would like to throw out there, and I don't know if this ever becomes relevant, but once people are at school and at work, so like 9 a.m. at the absolute latest, I don't know, man. I'm going to say that they might attack you. Like, I mean, like, it's mostly deserted. There will still be some, like, wives and stuff, but, like, it would be no more populated than nighttime where people are sleeping. So if there's a big explosion, it doesn't matter that it was nighttime, you know? I don't know about Lancer, but Gilgamesh will definitely show up tonight. Yeah, well, okay. I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, given his personality and the murderous look he gave us before he left yesterday, we can definitely expect him tonight. But what should we do? He has an infinite supply of noble phantasms, and one of them is stronger than Excalibur. Berserker was a hard enemy to defeat, but we still managed. We managed to find and exploit a chance to turn the tide against him. Not this guy. If he showed up now, it wouldn't even be a contest. One blow from that noble phantasm Aya, and we're finished. Well, wait, then why didn't they die, though? Like, he says that, yeah, sure. But, like, they didn't die because Excalibur blocked it to some extent, right? And if it blocked it, a little, then the same goes for him. Like, I mean, I like he overpowered Excalibur, but like not that much. But then again, we don't know how much he was actually trying. And then like, if you hit him with Excalibur before he can use his, well, any of his attacks, then he's dead too. So I don't know. I need to think of something. There's not much time until the sun sets. I mean, isn't there like, oh yeah, that's right. It's winter, so 4 or 5 o'clock, I guess. There won't be an end to this if I think on my own. If Sabersock and I can't think of a plan, then the church, maybe that overseer priest might know something. What? He might have a plan that could help us deal with the mess we're in. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, Kodamine said he would find some way to deal with the servant who survived the previous Holy Grail War. Did he? Is that what he said? Even if we can't think of a countermeasure, Kodamine might have already thought of something. I walk up the hill. The sky is blanketed with ash-gray clouds. Why didn't he talk to Rin first? Church sits alone at the top of the hill. Nobody there, and not a sound to be heard. Not even birds chirping. Maybe that's because it's so gloomy out? The place looks more ominous than holy. It looks like an execution site? I walk up the long hill and cross the wide open square, ready to be judged for my sins and cast down into hell. Oh, am I talking about? That's no metaphor. Besides, the church is a place where people die. What? The church is a place where people die. Hospitals work to prolong a person's life, but plenty of people die there. Churches are like that too. What? Is this a misinterpretation of the words? In that sense, dust hangs heavy over this place. The wind's cold. I pull up my collar and climb the church's stairs. Kodamine, I came to talk to you. I step into the chapel. Just like the square, there's nobody here. Kodamine? He might be in the back. I pass through the pews and walk towards the altar. Tap, tap, tap. A dry sound echoes through the chapel. The building is probably designed to make sounds echo, but the sound of my lonely footsteps is haunting in this huge empty space. Kodamine, are you here? I call softly to the priest. This is ridiculous. If I want an answer, I should be shouting. Probably in the back, so he won't hear me unless I shout. But I don't. I keep quiet, tiptoeing my way to the back of the church. Am I doing this so that I don't mess with the solemn air of the chapel? Or because I feel like if I'm spotted, I'll be surrounded by things I don't understand, and then maybe get beheaded for defiling God or something. What? I assume that the author is telling Shiro to do this. Wait a second. Wait a second. Sorry, just wait a second. One second. I exit the chapel and head to the courtyard. If I remember correctly, Kodamine's room is... I walk more quietly down the corridor. The church is like a labyrinth, and I don't know how to find Kodamine's room. My memory's kind of hazy, and I'm sure I won't be able to find it on my own. There's something. I slow my breathing. It's hard to breathe. My throat is parched. I don't know why, but my beads of sweat begin forming on my forehead, though the corridor itself is chilly. I use all my senses to try to get a feel for my surroundings. I do so? What? I do so, what? But I'm not sure why. Why am I walking so quietly? Why is my heart beating so fast? Why? Why do I have such a bad feeling about this place? 2 words repeat over and over in my mind. Go back, go back, go back. Kotomina is not here, so you have no reason to stay. You're alone. You should go home. This is a mistake. It shouldn't be so cold. It's all wrong. Go back, go back, go back. So, why does he say it shouldn't be so cold when it's a completely cloudy day? Whatever. Go back. For your own sake, go back. There's nothing bad happening here. This place is... There's nothing happening in this church, so go home. What is this? What is this? I mean, I know it's the author saying this, but this is still, like, really bizarre to just say, and then Shiro says this, and it's like, why would he think this at all? I feel nauseous. I think I might throw up. My intuition is always right about these kinds of things. For an untrained mage, I have a pretty good danger sense, which is why my feet don't stop. I try to get my racing heart under control as I search for Kotomine's room. Wait, what? I thought you said you say you have a good sense for this, and then you're like, I'm gonna ignore that sense though. And then I run into a deep darkness. There's a basement. I spot a set of stairs. In the deep shadows, I see a recess that I'd normally overlook. In it, I see a very, very narrow staircase. I shouldn't go down. I can bet Kotomine won't be there. There won't be anyone down there. There's nothing there. There won't be any core. There won't be any. I shouldn't go in there. Okay, maybe he's being, like, controlled right now. My neck stiffens. I should... What? I mean... I guess we'll see what happens. I don't know what's going on. I turn from the dark stairway that leads underground. As my heart hammers in my chest, I run. I can't stay another second. I need to get out of this building right now. This is a bad place. It's always been like this. What? This church is not somewhere I should ever have come. I shouldn't have ever come into this building or met the priests. I return to the chapel. The empty house of God is deathly ominous. I keep running, only briefly glancing back. I'm almost at the exit. There's nobody behind me. There's nobody behind me. There's nobody behind me. I leave the church. I run through the square without looking back. What am I afraid of? What am I running from? I can't seem to shake off the sense of unease clinging to me. Oh, okay.
Shiro, 一人でどこに行っていたのですか?
The moment I come home, I get a different sort of scare. Saber is at the entrance, looking absolutely livid. Oh, yeah, I'm home, Saber.
ただいまではありません。一人で外に出るなと何度言ったらわかるのです。あなたは。
It will be very interesting to compare the next 2 routes to this. But it's like, how often does Shiro go off on his own? Because I don't remember this being a big issue in the later routes. But in this route, it's like, what the heck, man? He runs off on his own all the time. It's like simpler to be like, oh, he's alone. What's he gonna do? Run off on his own every time. You'd think, no, he's gonna go make dinner or breakfast or whatever, you know, lunch or breakfast or something. Nope. Okay, you're right. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time.
次などありません。今度という今度は本気で怒りました。シロ、 外出の理由を教えてください。昨日の傷も癒えきっていない。いつギルガメッシュが襲ってくるかもわからない状況でどうして私を困らせるのです。
Saber glares at me, but I don't know what it is. I went to the church. I thought maybe I could learn Gilgamesh's weakness from the priest there.
教会ですか。しかしどうして今になって。
I've talked to him before. He's the overseer, so I thought he might be able to do something about the servant from the last war. But it was futile. I failed. I don't blame you for getting mad. I have you, Saber, and we should have gone to the church together. Yeah, I bow my head to apologize.
いえ、分かってもらえれば私は別に。
Saber's threatening posture eases all at once. It's always been like that. Saber always gets really, really angry at how stupid I can be. At the same time, she's kind enough to forgive me right away. Or if I'm being egotistical, it's like her resentment at being left alone, home alone, vanishes as soon as I get back.
そうですね。シローが反省しているのなら、この件は不問に処します。私も少々大人げなかったようです。
I don't think so. You were waiting for me, right? Honestly, I'm grateful. The moment you yelled at me, all my worries disappeared.
私に怒鳴られて助かったのですか。
Yeah, I'm so glad I came home to you, Saber. Yeah, I'm glad to be home. I get to see Saber's face again. If I'd gone down into that basement, I don't think I'd ever have made it home. I'm sure I made the right choice now.
シロー、ランサーと協力するのはどうでしょうか。
What? What was that, Saber? It's past 2 in the afternoon and we're having a late lunch when Saber broaches the topic.
ですから、ランサーと協力するのです。ギルガメッシュは聖杯戦争のルール外の存在だ。ランサーにとっても見過ごせない相手でしょうから、条件さえ揃えば問題なく共闘してくれる。
So the enemy of our enemy is our friend.
はい。見返りがあるのなら、一時的に味方になってくれるでしょう。
Teaming up with Lancer, huh? That may be our only option. We are no match for Gilgamesh on our own. But if Saber and Lancer can cooperate, we should be able to come up with at least a couple of schemes. You're right, I don't know if Lancer will cooperate, but it wouldn't hurt to at least try to talk to him about it. I want to just throw out there that all that Lancer needs to do is stab Saber from behind, and he wins the war right now. But okay. Like, what? Oh no, Gilgamesh! Ah! It's like, who cares? I win the war, done. Well, what about Gilgamesh? Who cares? Literally, who cares? Which would mean our problem is...
はい。いかにランサーと接触するかですね。ランサーはあの夜以来現れませんし、彼のマスターも未だ不明です。残り2人となったこの状況で、いつまでも静観しているとは思えないのですが。
Yeah, but Lancer not showing himself could mean he's afraid to face you alone.
まさか、ランサーは気持ちのいい英霊です。私との一騎打ちを喜びこそすれ、嫌がにもかかわらず現れないということは、何か事情があるのかもしれませんね。
Yeah. Actually, it was that there was no way he was going to beat you. And then the master was like, hey, I will just sit back and wait for Saber to get tired and or lose. And then now it's just you two. So, like, yeah. We fold our arms thinking.
朝から妙に息が合ってるのね、二人とも。
Tosaka.
リン、いつからそこに？
Two of us jumped simultaneously.
さっきからずっと。セイバーは白、シローはセイバーしか見てないもんだからさ、バカらしくなって黙ってたの。いい判断でしょ？せっかくいい雰囲気なんだから、二人の仲を邪魔しちゃ悪いし。
リン、私とシローはサーバントとマスターであって、決してそのような。
はいはい、そういうことにしといてあげる。 それよりさっきの話だけど、ランサーと協力するっていうのは私も賛成よ。あの金ピカがかの英雄王ならそれぐらいしないと賞賛なんてないし。
Okay. Oh man, I don't know how much she heard, but Tosaka is at least aware of the current situation. Apparently, she eavesdropped on our conversation during lunch, and she knows that Archer is Gilgamesh and that he possesses a noble phantasm even more powerful than Saber's.
そんなわけなんで一旦家に戻るわ。私用の武器とランサーをおびき出す準備、それにイリアの薬も調合してこないといけないから。
Kind of weird that Rin is so blasé about the fact that Gilgamesh. Well, I guess yeah. I mean, they already knew Gilgamesh existed though, so I guess it's not that it's not a big deal. It's just like, okay, I guess you met him again. You survived. Okay, let's just get ready. Medicine for Ilya. Tosaka, is there something wrong with Ilya?
別に昨日から変わってないわ。呼吸は安定してるし熱も下がってる。今のところはただ元気がないだけよ。ま、お腹が減ったら起きてくるだろうから、そうしたら美味しいものでも作ってあげて。
She places an empty rice bowl on the table. I can't believe Tosaka was even here eating lunch this whole time.
じゃあね。夕食までに戻るから、それまでおとなしくしてるのよ。
What's behave yourself mean? Shouldn't she say stay here until then? Once Tosaka has left, Saber and I don't have much to do together, so I just blankly stare at the clock as it ticks away. I can't say why, but the living room feels a little tense.
シロ。
Do you want another cup of tea, Saber? It feels really weird how slow the pacing is suddenly. I feel like we should be like racing to the finale right now, but instead it's just like stuff's happening. Like, I mean, Gilgamesh showing up so late as he is weird, but then we had like basically a battle that could have been the final battle, and then they were just like, and then it's over, and it's like, okay. Both look up at the same time, but we both freeze when our eyes meet. What is it, Saber? Is there something on your mind? Tell me.
いえ、そう、お茶のおかわりをお願いします。
Got it. Hold on. 1 hour later. We're not doing anything. We might as well train at the dojo or just lie down to rest. Neither Saber nor I bring either idea up. Even I know this is entirely too awkward. I know, but I just want to keep spending time with Saber. No matter how tense or nervous I am around her, and I've already had 10 cups of tea. That's a lot. I just want to relish the moment and watch her face. And then, when I get up to go to the kitchen, the doorbell rings. A visitor at this hour? It's rare for anyone to visit here. Blackbird's the only one who'd ring the doorbell, and she's supposed to stay away until the war ends. I mean, I'd like to mention that it's been nearly 2 weeks since you told her to go away, and like, I think he said only for her to be away for 2 weeks, but anyway. Whatever. Fujini's still at home recuperating, too. What? And I don't have much of a relationship with the neighbors. Why is Fujini still recuperating? Hasn't it been like a week since the incident at the school? That's a long time. Like, she has to have recovered.
シロ。
I'm just assuming it's like Lancer or something. Yeah, come with me, Saber. I might have to ask you to deal with whoever it is if it comes to that.
はい。シロの身は私が必ず。
Although they should send servants. Let's see. Because I'm already suspicious. Although, who is it? I called the visitor through the closed door. Interesting. That's pretty funny that he was just over there and then I stopped breathing for a second. It's the very man I went to see this morning.
シロ、どうしたのです？顔色が悪いようですが。
No, it's okay. Can I open the door, Saber? I'll send him away if you don't want him here. That first night, Saber refused to go inside the church. I remember that which is why I ask.
構いません。シローの判断に従います。
I nod once and open the front door.
随分と時間を取ったな。何か私に会いたくない理由でもあったかね、エミヤシロ。
No, nothing like that. I was just surprised. I didn't expect you to come all the way here. If you wanted to discuss something, come on in. I beckoned Kodomini towards the living room. However...
いや、立ち話でよかろう。分かったことはわずかでな。話はすぐに済む。
Kodomine draws back like he's trying to leave. Hey, where are you going, Kodomine?
言っただろう。立ち話をすると。だが、そこのサーバントがいてはできん。そのように殺気を放たれては、私も命が惜しくなる。
Hmm? I look back at Saber. Saber? Kodomine's right. Saber looks so viciously murderous that even I find myself
前
paling.
回のマスターが何のようです。あなたはキリツグに撃ち殺されたと記憶していますが。
That's funny. So that's how it's interpreted, huh? Oh wow. She's not wrong. She is not wrong. This is exactly exactly true.
確かにな。マスターを放棄し、両手を上げたところで背後から撃ち抜かれた。私に神の加護がなければ、あのまま死んでいただろう。
I surrendered and he shot me in the back. Like, first of all, I'm just gonna throw out there, this guy is a hand-to-hand fighter, so like he's always armed. But also like, anyway, whatever. It's so stupid. But yeah, I mean that's not what happened actually. Well, wait, was it? Well, no. Well, at least Fate Zero, the anime, didn't portray it that way.
だがそれがどうしたのだ。お前にとっては先日の話だろうが、私にとっては10年前の過去に過ぎ、すでに終わった戦いをここで蒸し返すとでも言うのか。
His words do nothing to calm Faber down. I wonder if they're going to mention Kodomine's father here. I kind of don't think so. Which is weird, because it's like, oh, this is suspicious, isn't it? And it's like, well, I mean, his father was, well, father. So his father was a priest who looked after the last war. And also that father was his adoptive father / master, something like that. But either way, like, it makes perfect sense that he'd be here. So it's kind of like, oh, this is suspicious, but like not really actually. Saber, Kodomine's right. I want you to forget about the last war for now. Even though we literally,
ですが、
yeah.
この男は油断なりません。キリツグは真っ先にこの神父を標的にした。それはこの男が何より優先して倒すべき敵だったからです。
Interesting. But it is funny that Kodomine is like, hey, I'm literally here because of a servant from the last war. But then it's like, hey, can we just not talk about the last war? And it's like, well, wait, I'm here to talk about the last war though.
光栄だな。最後まで残ったお前たちにそう言わしめたのなら、私も捨てたものではない。
そのような減らず口をよくも。
The air grows heavy with tension. Not good. I'm not sure I can hold Saber back. Hold it, Saber. Ask Kodomine to investigate Gilgamesh for me. We may know his identity, but we don't know anything beyond that. And right now, the more we know about him, the better.
それはそうですが、しかし。
私はどちらでもいいぞ。そう役に立つ話ではないかもしれん。それに、私とて思うところがないわけではない。かつてこの胸を打ち抜いた男のサーバントに、ここまでぶしつけな殺気を向けられては気分が悪い。まだ未熟ゆえ、 神父として振る舞うことができなくなりそうだ。
それは私とて同じだ。かつての敵に心を許すことなどない。
The two glare at each other. This isn't going anywhere. Saber, stand back. I want to hear what Kodamine has to say.
シロ、いけない。この男は危険だ。話を聞くのなら私も。
Yeah, I understand how you feel, but I'm still master. Even if something were to happen to me, I won't just die right away. You'll be able to reach me if something happens. There's no danger now.
当然だ。人の身でサーバントを出し抜けるものか。
I just want to throw out there is basically nothing stopping him from 1-inch punching Shiro's head off. Just boom, dead. Like literally in less than a second. And then as long as he can survive against Saber, Saber will dissipate pretty quickly. So whatever.
エミヤシロ、お前のサーバントはどうも過保護すぎるようだな。
Well, try not to push your buttons so much. I'm just going to hear what you have to say. I'll have Saber stay back. That's good enough, right?
いや、ここでは気が乗らん。セイバーに襲われた時、逃げ道がないからな。
Okay.
確か中庭があったはずだ。あそこならセイバーが乱心しても数秒は逃げられる。それだけの間があれば、お前とて霊樹でセイバーを止められる。
I'm surprised that he knows that this place has a courtyard. Like he's implying that he's familiar with this place from Fate Zero, but as far as I'm aware, I don't think that Kiritsugu used this place during the war. Fine, I can say for sure that won't happen. Saber, wait on the veranda. I'll call for you if something happens.
はい。マスターがそう言うのなら。
ここならよしだ。見晴らしもいい。屋敷の作りも把握できる。
We stand about 2 meters apart, which is really close, but okay. It might be hard to hear if he whispers, but it's enough of a distance for me. What? Oh, wait a second. That was weird. Oh, okay. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah, like, what's the worst that could happen? It might be hard to hear if he whispers, but it's enough to react if something happens. So what did you find out, Kodamine?
ああ、その前に一つ確認したいことがあるのだが。
He gives a deep, seemingly benevolent smile. I want to throw out there that, from what I remember in the anime, Shiro actually did go to the church and then just talked to him there, as far as I'm aware. But I don't know. I mean, he went to the church a few times, so maybe the time I'm thinking of is a different time. I don't know. Yeah, that is. Yeah, it's just so weird. Like, and I'm still wondering why Shiro went to the church right before this and was like, "Oh, I feel like something bad's gonna happen," and it's like, "What? Why?" You know? He gives a deep, seemingly benevolent smile. Ine takes a step closer.
朝は留守にしてすまなかった。そうだ。これはお前の忘れ物だ。
I hear a heavy thud. Kodamine throws something onto the grass. That's the bounded field? What? The alarm goes off. That's the bounded field. The bounded field my old man put up, the one meant to sound an alarm when intruders with malicious intent enter the area, is ringing. Okay, so he threw something on the ground, and then here's the bounded field. But we don't know what this body thing is here.
騒ぎの元はランサーだ。目的があって屋敷に押し入ったのだろう。
I barely hear Kodamine. No, I'm busy staring at this thing he threw at my feet. It occupies my entire attention because it looks like the corpse of a small child.
セイバーが迎え撃ったか。室内ではあれの本領は発揮できん。イリアス・フィールをさらうには、もう一手必要だろうに。
It's not a corpse. It's alive. The child looks so miserable I want to avert my eyes, but it's alive. Its face isn't even identifiable. Why? A sharp, heavy object pierces my heart from behind.
人の身でサーバントを出し抜くことはできない。当然だな。サーバントを出し抜くのは、やはりサーバントのみだろうよ。
I don't care about the priest's chilling smile. I don't even care that my heart's been destroyed and I'm spitting up blood. Why would you? Questions are all that occupy my mind. And then I'm dead. Why do I recognize a corpse that's not even a human anymore? Yeah, I don't understand that corpse thing. Even I don't understand that one. It's like what? Yeah. I actually really like that dead end. I actually wish that was more like somehow incorporated into the actual canon of the story. Like that was really cool having Konomine show up there and then everything's chill and then he does a surprise attack and it's all over. Because that feels very Fate Zero. Like, okay, lull you into a sense of not extreme danger and then something crazy happens and you're dead. That's very much the vibe of Fate Zero.
人間誰しも怖いことは嫌だよね。だからちょっとひよっただけなのに何の因果か地獄の虜。気がつけば騙し討ちされているあなたを慰める Q&A コーナー、タイガー道場の時間です。ただいま屋敷ではセイバーちゃんとランサーが戦っております。
Okay, so right now Saber and Lancer are fighting.
1号はとっ捕まったみたいだし、シローは庭で死んでるし、もうこの屋敷の風紀はどうなっているのか。
Who's Disciple 1? Oh, right, Disciple 1. They're saying Ilya has been captured? When? They literally said that didn't happen, though. They literally said that Lancer went there to get Ilya. But then Saber is fighting Ilya. But then she's saying Ilya's been captured. What?
昨今の若者はルールがなっていなくて、お姉ちゃん悲しいな。さて、クライマックスを直前にしてデッドしちゃった君。君子危うきに近寄らずはいい言葉だけど、世の中避けてばかりじゃゴールにはたどり着けないのだ。
I mean, I just wish that you could always just say, should Shiro go to this location with Saber, yes or no? That should be the question every single time. Because, like, yeah, if I was in the church with Saber, then yeah, I would go. But, like, what? Shiro's on his own? Yeah, you know, you should go into this dark basement that's foreboding for no good reason. Like, what? Yeah, maybe it happened after Shiro died. Yeah, sure. Although you would think, who cares that Illy got captured when Shiro's already dead, you know? Exactly. Everybody would go with Saber because that's what Shiro should be doing. I don't know why the author thinks that Shiro traveling without Saber makes any sense. Like, especially at this point in the story. Like, you can, you know, it's bad enough when Shiro does it early in the story, but anytime that he's doing this after beating Hercules, it makes even less sense than before. I mentioned it earlier, but I was wondering, like, does Shiro go by himself like this in the later two routes a whole bunch? Because I feel like he doesn't. I'm gonna have to pay attention when I play it by myself, but I don't think that I don't remember him traveling by himself. Yeah, in the other two routes.
選択肢に戻って自爆覚悟で教会の闇に挑むべし。物語は本当
Yeah, I heard that like 4 hours ago that it was at the climax, but okay. It seems like this should be the final night, maybe. What twisted mind does Shiro hide? What? Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's called Utopia for some reason. Yep. Go to the death chamber, I guess. I step into the darkness. I think in the anime, Kotomine just brought him to this room or something, from what I remember. But I don't know. It's a room made of stone. I don't even remember what's here, honestly. The lights are out, but the room itself feels like it's alive, and a faint blue light diffuses the whole place. There's a sanctuary underground. No dust or cobwebs anywhere. It looks like this place sees a lot of use. I'm not sure how far back it goes. I look back up the stairs I just came down. I wanted to listen to music clearer. That's a new song. The staircase hugs a curved wall. After descending the curved stairs, I look up and see the entrance is about 10 meters above me now. Maybe it's the absence of light, but the gently curving staircase puts me in mind of a centipede crawling its way through the cathedral. And then I notice a door. It's right at the bottom of the stairs. There's a symbol on the wall. Beyond it, a deep darkness beckons me. Almost as if it were drawing me in, I find myself stepping into the darkness. I step through what seems like an entrance of some kind. It's damp. The floor is all slimy and it's hard to walk. It reminds me of when I was cleaning the school pool. Moss covers the entire floor and it feels like my feet are sinking to the ankles into some kind of rot covering floor. I'd just like to mention, if this was a normal person, they just came down here and then they're gonna like walk into like a crypt or something, and then they're like, oh wow, there's like coffins in here. Why'd I come down here? And that's it. That's all there is down there. Like, it's so stupid. Like, no, this is plot relevant. Trust me, says the author. I stop suddenly. The nasty sensation beneath my feet is bad enough, but now there is a horrible stench. I pinch my nose shut. This isn't some temporary odor. It's permeated the whole room. It doesn't smell like fish or gunpowder. It smells like formaldehyde. Yeah, oh my gosh, they embalm people here. Crazy. The chemical reeks of it has stagnated in the room like thick mud. My senses seem to have been numbed from the moment I got into the basement. I'm long past tension and nervousness, and yet my heart expands and contracts without a break, and my limbs are moving so weirdly. It feels like I might wrench out every nerve in my body, and what's worse, my eyes have grown accustomed to the darkness. Darkness fades. I hear drops of water falling. Oh my gosh, this is so annoyingly detailed. So now he can see something. I'm gonna stop reading some of this if it's just nothing dialogue. I thought this was all a lie. I want to believe none of this is real. I can't deceive myself. I can tell in an instant. Even in a room so full of corpses, not one of the bodies here is truly dead. They're alive. They're all alive. These corpses, they can only be called corpses. However human they once were, are all alive. Ah, why are they still alive? How are they still alive? I look over each and every body. Can I see these bodies? Sheesh. Not one of them has retained their original form. Imagining what happened to every one of these sacrilegious forms is just too terrifying. They're more like the husks of dead trees than corpses. Some have been broken down to the point that their flesh has seeped into the cracks of the stone pavement. Some are hung against the wall and are little more than nests for bugs. Whatever their arrangement, these figures have only torsos and heads, and even those are pitifully ragged. I don't even need to know why. The corpses are being eaten away in their coffins. I don't know how it works. Each corpse is welded It's welded? The corpses are welded into a coffin? What's that even mean? What? You can't weld a body to a coffin. And the coffin sucks the nutrients from them. Oh, okay, they mean fused. It's fused into a coffin. Okay, that makes some sense. The flow of life. The coffin is extracting magical energy, souls. Little by little, the coffin sucks the life out of its prey in such a precise amount that it neither kills it nor allows it to truly live. The wind moans through the chamber. It's almost like a single scream from the mouths of every corpse here. Their throats have long since decayed, so they can't scream for themselves anymore. But now their throats only barely serve to carry air to their lungs. But still the corpses scream. All but inaudible, they scream. They must be in terrible pain, and so very afraid. They continue to shriek, unable to accept that their bodies are being eaten alive, as they gradually lose their shape. I hear a creaking sound. The coffin in front of me gurgles. It's oozing. The corpse's head is turned toward me. Sorry, something falls out of it. Its swollen lips move slightly. In a voice that isn't a voice, it asks, "Where am I?" That's what it wants to know. I'm about to scream. No, I can't even scream anymore. Where am I? It didn't say it was in pain. Didn't ask for help. Just wanted to know what this horrible place is. I'm trying to understand. Did that child find themselves in this state when they came to? Before this, they must have lived a normal life, slept normally, but one day they woke up and found themselves here. The question must have come from the hope that this is just a bad dream, being trapped in a coffin, unable to move, their limbs rotting. I just got a sudden flash that Kodamine is a good guy in Heaven's Feel. Kinda. He has his good guy moments. And it's like, wow. How do they do that twist? how do they make that make sense? I mean, I don't know why he did all this, so I guess we'll see. My heart's breaking. This is so unimaginably horrible, but why? Why do they seem so strangely familiar? I've never seen any of them, but I recognize every one of the corpses. This is my first time here. I shouldn't know any of them. None of them are connected to me, so why? Why do they act like they know me? Just like how I know them, and why are they staring at me? And I haven't, like, I don't know what to like, is he, like, exhaling? Just, like, maybe? 'Cause, like, I don't think he's screaming. I don't think. And I have another question. Each of them shares something in common, unless that's just a coincidence. Why do all these corpses look like children of the same age? And then... it comes out of nowhere. A hand claps my shoulder from behind. Why didn't he just stab him from behind? The voice is friendly, like a greeting from a close friend. Gah. I go completely stiff with shock. I can't even turn around. Only I don't have to turn to see who's behind me. Kire Kodamine, this church's priest, the man responsible for this little piece of hell. And the devil, the last person I should have run into right now. I can't say anything. The priest's hands rest heavily on my shoulders. The priest sounds more cheerful than I've ever heard. As Kodamine stands there behind me, hands on my shoulders, I can tell he's smiling. It's indescribably terrifying. He sounds so cheerful even when he's saying such horrible things. Did this man not feel anything in the face of this horror? Do I even need to comment on how horrible this is?
そもそも彼らとお前は兄弟のようなものだ。お前がそのような態度では彼らも救われないと思うのだが。
Eh? What did he just say? And so happily. What did you
こ
say?
の死体たちとお前は仲間だったと言ったのだ。形はどうあれ、お前たちはあの地獄から生還した者たちだ。血肉のつながりはなくとも、その絆は兄弟のそれに近いと思うのだが、どうかな。
So that's why I thought I recognized them. This is a continuation of what happened 10 years ago. I'm back in that hospital room. My head is spinning. Children who have lost their homes and parents, they were sent to an orphanage until they were adopted. But before that happened to me, Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me, so I never knew what happened to those kids afterward. I was kind of wondering about that. Like, when that was brought up, I was like, that's a little weird. Because I don't know what they're talking about. Like, why is there a whole bunch of kids that weren't killed in the fire? I'd actually avoided finding out. The orphanage was at the church at the top of the hill, and I could have gone there any time if I'd wanted to. But I held back. I felt it wasn't fair for me, who did get adopted, to go visit the children who still hadn't been. That's why I decided that if I were to meet them, it would had to be in town. We would just bump into each other, chat idly to catch up, and most importantly, have gotten over the fire and hell. As small as our town is, I always dreamed of a reunion like that, but it never happened. Widow Mine.
そうだ、エミヤシロ。エミヤキリツユに引き取られていなければ、お前も彼らの一員となっていた。
I thought Shiro was the... Am I forgetting some detail? I thought Shiro was the only one that survived the fire, though. So, like, that was the whole point of why Kiritsugu adopted him. But there was other kids that survived. I think I am forgetting. Like this, I am getting like some slight deja vu of reading this at the beginning of the game, but it's been too long. But I don't know why only kids would survive. And why did Kiritsugu... Well, I guess he can only adopt like one kid, to be fair.
わかるか。お前はまたも一人だけで助かったのだ。周りの誰もが平等に死んでいくというのに、お前だけが輪を乱して生き延びた。どうかね。自分自身大した不平等だとは思わないか。
My heart starts beating again. I'd been frozen stiff a moment ago, but suddenly I'm able to move.
私は責めているわけではないぞ。むしろお前のそれは喜ばしい。エミやシローの生き延びる才能は大したものだ。実際、私もお前が最後まで残るとは思ってもいなかった。だからこそ、最後はこうして兄弟たちに再会させてやったのだ。
You piece of...
お前は本当に運がいい。ここは今日限りで閉める予定だったのだが、ギリギリで間に合ったな。今まで10年間、サーバントの餌にするために彼らを生かし続けたが、それも終わりだ。やり始めた時ほどの濃い魂の摘出は望めぬし、もはや餌の必要もない。あとはお前とお前のサーバントを仕留めるだけになったのだからな。
Yeah, so why didn't you just kill Shiro from behind then? You fucking piece of shit! Those words shatter the restraints that had been holding me still. I move my paralyzed body, pushing clear of the hands on my shoulders. I leap forward and whirl around to face the priest. Kodomine, it was you! As I face him, I put distance between us. In that moment, I feel a powerful impact from behind. Like, yeah, like, why would you not summon Saber? Why did you summon? Like, I was like, okay, this is already a little weird that his hands are on his shoulders, but it's like, okay, I understand you gotta get away from Kodomine, but like, summon Saber, you know? His villainous speech. I still don't understand what's going on with these corpses, man. I don't understand. That's weird. I can't breathe. Something sharp protrudes from my chest. It looks like the head of a spear. I've been speared for the third time. That can't be. How could a spear be growing out of my chest? Oh my gosh, Shiro's stupid.
ああ、そういえば言っていなかったな。改めて紹介しよう。彼が私のサーバント。
Watashi. I turn around. There. I see a blue-colored spearman. His weapon thrust through my chest. Dun dun dun! Oh my gosh! I mean, I already knew this, but like... But it is a good twist, though. The only confusing thing, though, is that if you're new to this, I have no idea what you would be thinking when Rin's like, I don't trust this church. And Shiro's like, I don't trust... Or no, Shiro's like, I don't trust the church. Rin's like, I don't trust Kodamine. And it's like, okay, but why? And like, nobody's giving a good answer. Like, hey, Rin, you've known this guy for like 10 years. Can you tell us anything about him? It's like, no, it's not important. He jerks it free. At the same time, a searing, intense pain rocks my entire body. Red splatters the floor. I collapse onto the slimy, mossy ground. I try to push myself to my feet, but my body's too heavy. I can't move. While I may not be paralyzed anymore, my body isn't capable of moving for an entirely different reasons now. The pain in my chest is unbelievable. Blotting out the blood loss and dimming my vision, I pass out. I've sustained fatal wounds numerous times. They were all bad. They all numbed my senses, but this is different. It's a fatal wound for sure, but the pain is just too intense. My vision distorts. The instant I pass out from pain, more pain jolts me back awake. I can't feel my limbs. I can't even tell where I am anymore. The only thing I feel are vomit-inducing pain and the temptation to just disappear to escape this agony.
殺してはいないだろうな、ナンサ。それでは今まで残していた甲斐がない。
Wait, he was supposed to not kill him? Wait, but well, okay, no. I guess maybe he didn't get stabbed in the heart. Maybe he stabbed in the lung. I don't know. Otherwise, there would be no point in keeping him alive now. Until now. Until now? What's going on, man? Even I'm like, knowing everything I know, I'm like, well, okay, where are we going with this right now? And like, we're really doing the how convenient the villain doesn't kill the main character for no real good reason. So in my mind, canonically, Kodamine wins. Just canonically, there is no good reason why he doesn't just win right here. I can only hear voices. My eyes are open, but I can't see anything. Lancer's voice is devoid of emotion, but I can barely hear him.
では支度をするぞ、ランサー。マスターの窮地はサーバントに伝わる。セーバーが到着するまでおよそ半時というところか。
琴峰、このガキそこまでは持たねえよ。死なせたくねえんなら血止めぐらいはしとけ。
不要だ。死ぬのならそれで構わん。
Don't kill him. It would spoil the whole point. If he dies, he dies. Like what? Which is it, man? Which is it? My mind is fading. The pain finally becomes too much, and my mind lets me faint. Where are we going with this? I stop the pain by digging into my wound. The pain resumes. I'm on the verge of sinking into oblivion, only to be dragged into a world of searing pain. I want to die. If this pain isn't going to stop, I want to die right now. I know that. I know, but if I faint here, I know I'm never going to wake up. I can't even remember what I'm doing. I feel like I'm just drifting through white-hot pain that will burn me to nothing. Neighbor. I grip my teeth, trying to endure the pain and trying to cling to my own fading awareness. I can't end it all here. I can't let myself drop out of the war so easily. There's still a promise I haven't fulfilled yet. If I believe she is the most important person in my world, I can't just disappear here. Oh, interlude. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Cool. And then Saber's like, "Where's my lunch?" When she wakes, there's no sign of Shiro. She makes her way to the living room, thinking he might be preparing late lunch, like a normal person. But she finds no sign of Shiro or
一
lunch.
人で出歩いて出かけるのなら声をかけてと言ったのにどうしてシロは人の話を聞かないの
I don't know why he doesn't listen to you either. Saber sits on the veranda, muttering to herself.
一人で出歩くのが好きなのはわかりますがこれでは協力している意味がないではありませんか
Saber lets her feet dangle over the veranda. Eventually, she grows tired of this and she looks up pensively. The sky is an ashen gray. A heavy canopy of clouds slowly drifts overhead. You can see breaks in the cloud cover in the distance. It should clear up by nightfall. If the stars are visible, she will be able to read her fortune for tomorrow. She still remembers how to read the stars. Her mage mentor taught her long, long ago. In life, she only looked there to see whether she was taking the right path. Wait, what? Isn't this like breaking continuity here? Like, wait, so if that's the case, then every time she looked at the sky when she was alive, she'd look at the sky and it would be like, yeah, you're going the right path. Like the whole time, right? But then now she's saying, oh, I regret everything. I didn't take the right path. But it's like, wait, but you literally were seeing the future, and the future was saying you're taking the right path. Like, what? That's so stupid. Why did we have to say this part? Like, what? Oh, she has some light future telling capabilities. Like, it makes sense, you know, since her mentor is Merlin, but still, like, this directly contradicts everything she's been doing. But tonight, just this once, she decides to try to predict a certain someone's future. If possible, she hopes for a bright tomorrow. She wants to predict any danger that might lie ahead and learn what she needs to guide him in the proper direction. Learn what she needs to go in the right direction. He's so reckless. How can she not worry about him? He won't sleep peacefully unless she can at least read the stars.
さて問題はこの町から観測できる星の位置ですが
As she thinks back, she realizes she's not once looked up at the sky before today. Her priority has always been winning the Holy Grail War, not reading fortunes in the stars. She knows this isn't like her. Even so, she still considers trying to read the stars and anxiously waits for night to come. This represents quite a change of heart for her. She chuckles, thinking she's just like the girls in love she's read about in books before, as she looks up at the sky.
ああ、セイバー。シロがどこに行ったか知らない？
リン
Saber bolts upright.
なんでしょう私は別にシロの軍門に下ったわけではありませんが
Why'd she say that? That was so weird. Saber gives a hasty excuse, blushing.
あれ？もしかしてお邪魔だった？
Rin smiles wickedly. Perhaps it is because they have been living under the same roof. But Rin can read Saber like a book. Shiro too, for that matter. She has good instincts when it comes to other people's affairs, and she can tell there's something between the two of them. And so she has a pretty clear idea of what happened the night before.
まあ、からかうのは後にしておいて、冗談抜きでシロを知らない？イリアの熱が上がってるみたいだから、ちょっと手伝ってもらおうと思ったんだけど。
イリアスピールが彼女の容体は落ち着いたのではないのですか
それがどうにもね。シロには黙ってたけど、あの子そろそろ限界よ。聖杯戦争っていう儀式が終わらない限り、元には戻らない。あの子のキャパは破格だけど、それでももういっぱいなの。今はまだかろうじて容量が空いているから、余分な機能が働いている。けど、満ちてしまえば、一番不要な人間としての機能を捨てるしかない。
They're
イ
being
リアス
so
ビールはね、聖杯戦争が進めば進むほど壊れていくように
she's
作られてい
being
る
so
んだ。
roundabout about this. Like, does Saber even know what the heck she's talking about? Yeah, she doesn't. Like, what are you talking about, Rin? You're talking as if you have explained this to anybody at all. Nobody knows that Ilya is the Grail at this point. Why would they know? And yet, right here, you are just kind of implying it without actually saying it for no good reason. Ren's words are ominous and even a bit obfuscating. Saber doesn't completely understand what she's talking about.
あ、いいのよ。今のはわからないように言ったんだから。イリアのことは置いておきましょう。それより、ランサーのことだけどね。あいつのマスター誰だかわかったんだけど。
Wait, so you found out who the Lancer's master is here, but in the other dead end, you weren't here and you didn't tell Saber who Lancer's master was. Oh, God. That is true. Yeah, I mean, sure. But, like, you would still think that they would, like, she would still mention this. That everything about Ilya. What? You have learned? Yeah.
うん、まあ、わかったっていうか、前からわかってたっていうか。
What? She knew all along? What? What?
実はね、ランサーのマスターは魔術
Oh,
協
okay.
会から派遣された外来のマスターなのよ。それ自体はとっくに分かってて、ついさっきそいつのねぐらを見つけてきたんだけど。
Wait, but still, she knew that the Mages Association dispatched somebody? I mean, it's not that weird. But that's not exactly what happened with Fate Zero. So it's not as if this is like a pattern that is recognizable or something.
リン、そのような危険なことは避けるべきです。敵の陣地が分かったのなら、私に言ってくれればいい。
Yeah, what would have happened if she found the master and then Lancer was just there? She'd just be dead?
私だってそのつもりだったわよ。けどさ、外から様子を探ってたらどうもおかしいのよ。で、留守っぽいなって中に入ってみたら、あったのは血の跡とレイジュが亡くなった左腕だった。それ以外は何もなかった。体ごとレイジを奪われ、しかもあの出血量じゃ生存は絶望的でしょうね。
What's I don't think anyone could have survived me. Wasn't the corpse there? What? Like what? A severed left arm. I found bloodstains and a severed left arm with no command spells. Just a severed left arm. And a lot of blood. But no body? Like what? Why would there be no body?
では、ランサーはすでにいないのですか？10日前、シロを襲った後に他のサーバントに倒されたと。
だったらいいんだけどね。結婚はもっと前のものだった。これ、どういうことかわかる？
How would she be able to tell how old bloodstains appear? Like, no, those weren't 10-day-old bloodstains. Those were 20-day-old bloodstains. Like, you can tell, like, what the heck?
サーバントを倒さず、先にマスターを倒した。そうしてマスターからレイジを奪い、ランサーと契約したマスターがいるということですか？
I mean, all of this doesn't really matter, actually.
ですが。
残っているマスターは私とシロだけでしょ？けど、ランサーはまだ残っている。
Like, it's super important for Ataraxia, but within the confines of this story, this twist is absolutely meaningless because it will never actually matter in any of the routes. So, cool lore or world building or whatever, but like, whatever. Wait, why did she just say Shiro and I are the only masters left when Ilya is also left? Also, we still have no information about... Wait. What? This is stupid. Wait, this is bad writing. Shiro and I are the only masters left? You don't know where Caster's master is. You don't know where Assassin's master is. Like, okay, fine, Lancer, okay. But then also Ilya is still alive. So that's 3 masters who are still around. What does this mean that we are the only masters left? What? Yeah, well, they're counting Ren because She means we are the only possible people who can become the masters of a servant if the servant is rogue. That's all. She just means, like, you know, a master is just somebody who can still make a contract with a servant if the servant's rogue. But that doesn't change the fact that caster, assassin, as far as we know, and Ilya can still make a contract with a servant, as far as I'm aware.
ってことはマスターじゃない魔術師がレイジを奪ってマスターになってるってことだけど、セイバー、そういうのってできるものなの？
It's been stated that you can do this, so why does she say that even possible?
いいね。
Like,
レイジの移植はマスターかサーバント、そのどちらかによるものだけです。いかに優れた魔術師といえど、レイジを奪ったところでマスターにはなれません。
I thought you could take command spells from somebody's hand. I'm trying to remember if this has ever been done before. Nothing's really coming to mind right now. I still feel like this is just wrong information, though. Especially since, like, servants can't affect command spells. So I don't know what this means. It's like they're implying that you can transfer command spells if you're a servant. Why? What? That doesn't make sense. Servants can't hold command spells. Only masters. Or mages, really. No, I'm just thinking about how I think Master didn't have command spells. So maybe that is, well, I don't know.
そう。じゃあもう一つ。マスターっていうのはさ、聖杯が消えてなくなってもレイジュが残っていて、かつサーバントさえ残っていればいつまでもマスターなの？
Well, I know the answer to this one at least.
そうですね。リンの言う通りです。レイジとサーバントさえ残っていれば、聖杯戦争が終わったとしても、その魔術師はマスターとしての権利を。
That's the job of the overseer to retrieve leftover command spells after the end of a war. Saber falls silent as he realizes what Rin is really
で
asking.
は、リンはランサーのマスターを殺し、ランサーと再契約したのはその。
ええ、それ以外ないと思う。そう思うとランサーの行動にも納得がいくのよ。あいつさ、他のサーバントの様子を探るのが役割みたいだったじゃない。戦えば自分の正体を明かしてしまうっていうのに、あいつは自分の正体を隠すでもなく他のサーバントにちょっかい出してた。それってつまりあいつは諜報専門だったってことでしょ？
Not really. Actually, it's just that he always would have told people his identity because he was the type of person who would tell people his identity. That's all. Some knights will just not hide their identity. That is all there is to it.
同感です。私と戦った時も彼は最後まで戦わなかった。宝具を使った以上、見せた相手は倒すのが私たちの定石だというのに。
I always got the feeling that Lancer was just very, very confident that even when people knew him, and even when they knew what his noble phantasm was, he's like, well, good, you know my name, you know my power, well, get wrecked, because you can't avoid it. Because my whole thing is that you can't avoid my noble phantasm. Never mind that it doesn't work that way, unfortunately, but whatever. It is supposed to be a one-hit KO attack. It just never works, of course. But it's weird that she says he made no attempt to fight until the end. Like, what? Like, literally, he was chasing Shiro. Then Shiro summons Saber in the shed, and then Saber makes a contract really fast with Lancer. Or sorry, with Shiro, and then jumps out the window to fight Lancer immediately. So I don't know what she means by he made no attempt to fight until the end. Like, Saber, you were summoned and immediately fought Lancer. Like, what?
そうだからランサーのマスターにはもう一人サーバントがいたのよ。ランサーに敵の正体を探らせておいて、その後に正体不明の戦闘専用のサーバントをぶつける。これって必勝法でしょ？
It's worth noting, as far as we're aware, Lancer never found out anybody else's identity or any other intel, as far as I'm aware. Ilya never mentioned Lancer, and in all the other routes, nobody ever mentioned Lancer. So yeah, I don't get that.
まあランサーにしてみればいい迷惑だったろうけど、6人のサーバント全員と戦って、
What?
その手口を調べ上げた上で主の元に帰るんだもの。
We're just making this up now, okay? Because yeah, he has not been forced to fight all 6 servants. There is never any mention that he fought Assassin, Caster, Berserker, Archer, Saber, Rider. He never fought Rider. What am I missing here? Saber, Archer. Oh, himself, right? right, himself. So yeah, like there's 4 servants that we never get told that he fought, as far as I'm aware. Maybe I'm wrong. That's I don't remember any. I don't remember him ever being mentioned in the other routes as fighting anybody else.
6人すべてと引き分けなんて、ある意味とんでもないやつよね、あいつ。
Yeah, this is just, I don't know. It seems like fake information to me, especially since they're saying this based on zero proof. They have just decided Lancer was forced to fight 6 other servants. Is this proven? No. Lancer is being used to gather intel. Is this proven? No. Lancer is weakened by people knowing his noble phantasm and his name. Is this true? No. He fought all 6 servants. He didn't. He always revealed his name, probably, seemingly, and yet never died. Like, okay, cool. Rin closes her mouth, lost in thought. Like, they're all suspicious about Lancer, but never questioning, hey, what exactly happened with Assassin? Hey, what about Caster's Master? Isn't that a little weird? Don't worry about that. That's in a later route. It's not important, I guess. Whatever. Like, so stupid. Rin closes her mouth, lost in thought, as if following Rin. Saber suddenly feels a chill down her spine. Lancer's master has already been killed. This unidentified master uses a heroic spirit as strong as Lancer solely for espionage. Therefore, anyway, and just, it's weird that we haven't been told who Gilgamesh's master was in the previous war. I don't even know what they're going to say about that. Like, if they knew that Kodamine was his master, you would think that this would have been brought up before. And just as that master seems to have expected, the only remaining servants are Lancer and Saber. If they face such a powerful enemy, then letting Shiro out on his own is dangerous even during the day. There were multiple enemies before, but now there are not many more enemies. There's literally 1, maybe 2, but technically just 1 master and with his 2 servants. But it's weird to say not many more enemies. If Shiro is the only one left to defeat, the enemy might not follow their earlier strategy.
シロはどこに行ったのか知りませんか?
That's not actually a good way to put that. They are following their strategy. Their strategy was find out about everybody and then wait and see what happens in the war, but don't be involved as much as possible. And then finish off whoever's left. That's the whole plan. They don't have to change their strategy now. This was always the plan, you know? Now that she's had the thought, she can't stop worrying. Shiro cannot be left alone. Even now, her master may be in grave danger.
どうだろう。知らないから聞いたんだけど、もしかしたら綺麗なとこかな。 あいつこの間も綺麗なんかに相談しに行ったんだし。
Kirei, because I don't think his name has ever been mentioned in front of Saber.
あの教会に。
何をすれば怖い顔して。琴峰教会に含むところでもあるの？
いえ、そういうわけではないのですが。
That church is nothing but what? That church is nothing but holy? What? That was straight up a wrong sentence. That church is anything but holy. Also, you'd think that she would actually have a big problem with a church being like a little bit sacrilegious, since technically Saber should be a very Catholic person generally. Stagnant death and stagnant air linger in that place, on par with Ryudo Temple. The moment she thinks Shiro might be in a place like that alone. Oh, it doesn't matter because she already... Oh, no, okay, I don't know. Okay. I was going to say, like, is she going to realize this before Shiro's about to die or right as Shiro is dying? An image of somewhere other than the Emiya house flashes through her mind. She stares into the distance toward Kotomine's church on top of the hill. There's no time to delay. Saber leaps out into the yard and jumps onto the wall.
ちょっとセイバー、いきなり何よ。
教会に向かいます。後のことは任せました。リン。
The rest? What? Wait, what's Rin gonna do? Without looking back at Rin, Saber jumps off the wall. He moves with all the speed of a bullet fired from a gun. She neither slows nor stops on her way to her destination. If anyone caught sight of her, she would look like nothing more than a gust of wind. A streak of silver and blue. This instant she reaches the top of the hill and catches sight of the enemy's territory, Saber armors herself and arms herself without a second. Okay, armors and arms, whatever. She decides to put on her armor once. What? What's happening? Saber armors herself and arms herself without a second thought with her weapon. She decides to put on her armor once inside the church, even though this literally just said Saber armors herself. This grammar, what the fuck? But she couldn't help herself. The instant the church comes into view, her fury... Okay, so they're saying that he had planned to armor herself in the church. The instant the church comes into view, her fury overtakes her and she is armed and armored without even truly thinking about it. Her chest burns. This nausea she's been feeling isn't her own. The chill running down her spine is coming from her master. The hopeless scent of death reaches her nostrils. Why this is happening, she isn't sure, but she does know... What she does know is that Shiro Emiya is on the verge of death. There is no time to waste. He is gravely injured and could die at any second. The pain and cold have morphed into an unbearable nausea that grips her whole body, and that is less than a thousandth of the pain Shiro feels. He's not going to make it. Even if she moves with godlike speed, he won't survive. Every second brings him closer to death, and she may arrive just in time to watch her master die. As soon as she imagines that scene, she feels all sense and reason flee her. All she can do is run to her master as fast as she can. If godlike speed will not bring her to him in time, then she must simply break even the laws of God. She struggles to contain her anger as she glares at the church. The tightly shut church door offered no obstacle to her, simply blown wide open with the force of her approach. Rows of pews fail to even slow her down. She smashes through... She smashes through the chapel, passes through the courtyard, rushes down the stairs leading to the basement. Behind her, the church is left in ruin. Saber is not usually so violent. For all she knows, she opened the door calmly. She may not even remember expending so much magical energy in her run through town. She simply could not control herself. So fast and out of control is she that she practically rolls down the stairs. Death closes in on all sides. When she finally sees that what horrors the basement holds, her fury overwhelms her. Fury directed at herself and at the enemy responsible for this. Imagine if she's just like, Excalibur! Immediately. But she doesn't even hear Lancer's voice as he bars her path. All hope of control or restraint is gone. However much she might try to, she can no longer control her strength. Her lord is somewhere in the darkness. In the back room, he is lying there, face down at the center of the room, peopled by living corpses. A pool of blood spreads out beneath him, and the sounds of his frantic breathing echo all the way to the sanctuary. He's alive. Relieved though she is, she shudders to think how long she'd left him alone.
シロ
Saber enters the back room, but a guard blocks her way. Holding his long spear behind him, the blue spearman meets Saber's gaze fearlessly.
よ悪いがそこまでだセイバー
She doesn't hear him, so she doesn't stop.
てめえいきなり見境なしか
His ability to insult Saber while parrying her attack is frankly impressive. Lancer manages to block Saber's surprise attack with his spear, but he can do nothing about the sheer strength behind it and retreats back to the nearby wall. There's nothing in Saber's way now. She doesn't have time to deal with Lancer. Her master is on the verge of death and she has to save him.
そんなに坊主がだ
Yes, it's her master. Oh my gosh.
ならなおのこと俺を放っておくわけにはいかないぜセイバー
Saber stops as she heads to the back.
どういう意味ですかランサー
いや何なそいつの胸を串刺しにしたのは俺なんだが実はこれは2度目でね以前は確かに殺したってのに生きてやがったもんだからな今回は念を入れて
貴様シロにゲイボルクを使ったのか
安心しろ心臓は外してやっただが呪いはそのままだぞ
Also, it's a curse that. Well, but I thought he was stabbed by the curse the other times. I don't know. Whatever. Sure.
セイバー貴様とてこの槍の呪いは知っていよう因果を逆転させる原因の槍こいつの呪いを受けた者はよっぽどの幸運がない限り運命を変えられないまあ単純に言ってしまえばゲイボルクによってつけられた傷は癒されることはない呪いを受けた者は決して回復できず死に至るまで傷を背負うことになるこの世にこの槍がある限りな
At that moment, the air changes. A flicker of intelligence and reason lights in Saber's eyes.
ようやく理解できたかそこの坊主を助けたいんだろならまず俺との決着をつけなくちゃな
Lancer's bestial bloodlust drives him forward into Saber's reach. He's deadly serious, but
正気ですかランサーこの狭い室内で僧兵であるあなたが剣士である私と戦うとそのような愚行あなたの考えとは思えない
Spearman has the advantage in close quarters inside though. Like what's she talking about? Like he can just poke. Like what? What's she talking about? Lances are better indoors.
今ならば見逃しますその槍を置いて去りなさいこのような不本意な戦いであなたの首を取る気はない
He did choose this. He literally was waiting down here for you. He could have been waiting for you up above, but he didn't.
それこそ愚行じゃねえのか一体どこの英霊が自分の相棒を置いてくってんだよ俺は何も取引をするためにそいつを刺したわけじゃない俺はなお前と殺し合いをするためにここにいる
He's not lying. Lancer has no intention of letting either of them leave alive. For him, this is the first and only battle where he can truly go all out. I mean, he went all out earlier when he fought her and used his noble phantasm, but okay. Like what? What? Lancer's wish is not for the Holy Grail. His wish is to fight a battle worthy of heroes. Such a simple wish, one that any servant should always have granted, has been denied to him. So he has no intention of missing what may be his final chance, even if the situation happens to be unfavorable.
いいでしょうならばその槍お見事叩き切って捨てるだけだ
Saber readies her invisible air and faces the Blue Knight.
よく言った白状するとな貴様が最後に残ってくれて嬉しいぜセイバー
Lancer's spear pulses with light. Saber confronts him without hesitation. The rematch begins. They swing their swords a lot. Yeah, I got it. Okay, yeah, that was an interlude, by the way. Yeah. I feel like almost nothing happened there. Meanwhile, I'm suffering. Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Ah, the sound of my ragged breathing fills my ears. My fever is so hot it burned anyone who touched me. It feels like my brain is melting and oozing right out of my skull. Stop, stop, stop. It's like everything has melted away, but every nerve in my body still screams with agony. Help, help, help. My mind burns out. There's a hole in my heart and a void in my stomach. I want to vomit, but there's nothing left in me. The twisted feeling of nausea only grows stronger from my inability to vomit. All I can do is bite down on the pain. Somehow, in spite of it all, I still cling to consciousness. Pain is an old friend. I know how to endure it. Go back, go back, go back. But the voices don't stop. They fill every corner of the emptiness left in me after the pain has burned everything else out. I know who those voices belong to. It hurts, it hurts. I'm going mad. With each echo, a stabbing pain shoots through my chest. I'm not afraid. I just have no answer, no way to respond, no way to make it right. Wait. They beg and plead and cry, but there's nothing I can do. I so desperately want to help, but I can't. I can't even ask them to stop. No matter how much they beg, I can't respond. I'm sure I really will go mad if this doesn't stop. Return. They repeat it again and again, and I can't do anything about it. All I can do is give them an end. All I can do is fix this paradox of life and death. Punish the architect of this hell, and I can't reverse all the sadness and death. That's my limit. Champion of Justice is someone who can only clean up a mess that's already been made. You'll never be able to save the very people you're hoping to save. Who said that again? I refused to believe it, but now I'm being confronted with that very truth. I want to get out of here. I can't save them. I can't do anything but take it in. I have nothing to give back, no miracle to grant. I'm not strong enough to defy those words saying that a champion of justice can only go so far. But if I did have a miracle at the ready, would I?
Kita ka. Sora, 目を覚ませエミヤシロ。お前のサーバントがやってきたぞ。
I hear a voice. It's right behind me, but I can't make out what it's saying. My vision is blurry. I can't make out what's in front of me either. There are only the voices crying out for help. There's only a room choked with the bodies of those who have died. He's good, but okay.
やはりセーバーにはかなわぬか。どちらにせよ、あと一人分のサーバントは必要なのだ。それがセーバーであろうとランサーであろうと構わないのだが、その前に選定をしなくては。
I can't hear the words, but his voice echoes in my head.
さて、出番だ。もう少し前に行こうか。
I'm gonna assume that he takes command spells. Something pulls my head upward, grabs me by the back of my head, and drags me forward. I can feel who it is now. This man has been consumed by the darkness. Oh my god. Okay, I guess we'll see where this goes. His heart is ashen. He's draped in shadow. This corruption creeps into him, and it has tethered itself into him. I don't know what has happened, but I do know this man, Kiriko Tomine, he's like me. He suffered a fatal wound, but somehow still remains in the world. As Saber's power lets me regenerate, Kiriko Tomine preserves his body with this darkness. So that's how he survived. Because in the anime, it's kind of implied that it was just that he's a walking corpse, I think is what they call it. But they never mention all these kids that he's been using, which, okay, that makes sense. Because, like, Gilgamesh got covered in the mud, and then, okay, he's just a normal person now. He's just a normal guy, mostly. But Kirei, yeah, they called him a walking corpse, so, like, I assumed Yeah, yeah. He needs life energy from the kids, I guess. Kirei preserves his body with this darkness.
そこまでだセイバー。斧が主を救いたいのならば。
And of course we don't. And of course we don't know about the mud until Heaven's Feel. There won't be any mention about the mud until then. So that is worth noting. Like I would assume that the entire. Well, I guess the mud could be slightly mentioned in the next in Unlimited Blade Works at the end, just a little bit, but very little. Yeah, I wonder if Saber's gonna learn why she was told to destroy the Grail in this route. Okay. What's going on? I still can't make out what's going on. I can't even lift my own head.
もともと私たちは聖杯を求める同士ではないか。そうむやみに殺し合いなどするものではない。
I mean, Lancer is not gonna like this.
セイバーがこの男を引き
He
取りに
laughs
来ただけ
ominously.
というのならば。
それを信じろというのですか。ランサーのマスターを殺し、今また私のマスターをその手にかけようとする貴様の言葉を信じろと。
Who is that? I can't tell, but like the sound of the tuning belt, the voice helps refocus my mind.
信じたまえ。私はお前たちと争う気はない。季節してこのような形になってしまったが、お前たちが聖杯を取ろうというのなら邪魔はしない。もとより私の役割は聖杯の持ち主を見極めることだ。ここまで残ったお前たちには十分すぎるほど資格がある。
ここに聖杯があるというのか、貴様は。
Oh man, if only Rin had actually explained how the Grail works. I'm sure it wouldn't have helped this situation at all.
あるとも。聖杯はどこにでもある。
Oops.
聖杯とはもとより形のない器だ。いつどこで何に呼び出すかによって完成度が変わるのだが、呼び出すだけならこの土地にも資格はある。無論サーバントが残り一人にならなければ聖杯は未完成だが、その出来でも大抵の願いは叶えられるだろう。それで満足がいかぬのならば、
Yeah, this is the part where it gets weird, where almost all wishes can be granted with only the deaths of like 5 or 6 servants, or no, sorry, 4 or 5 servants even. But then yeah, once it gets to the final 6th servant, then it's like, okay, you can do anything. Well, okay, no, sorry, 6 and 7 technically. You would definitely need all 7 servants to die in order to go to the root, which is the whole point of this process. But yeah, I mean, I don't think they ever come down to, well, I guess Heaven's Feel ends up having 1 servant left. Unlimited Blade Works ends up having kind of 2 servants left. And then this one, I mean, we're down to 3 servants at the moment.
いや、私としては気乗りがしないが、お前たちが望むのならば付き合おう。決着をつけるのはその時でいいのではないかな、ランサ
ー。よくはね、そんな回りくどいことをする必要はない。
Literally, I was summoned to fight. Let me fight.
この状況でか。室内ではお前には不利だろうし、セイバーとて主が気になって戦えまい。
That is true.
これではお前にとって満足のいく戦いとは言えないが。
Lancer's like, I need to get an Excalibur to my face to prove I'm a great warrior. Let's go fight outside. Excalibur! Okay, wow, I'm great. Oh, I didn't know a battle could be that fun. Just getting a laser beam straight to the face. Someone spits. The other man must have given it.
いいさ。
Give it
なら
in.
一つ聞かせろ。聖杯ってのは何だ？
Really? Lancer gave up that easily? I mean, Kotomina's right, but still, like, any fight's better than no fight. Whatever, I got a question. What's the holy
あ
grail?
れは残り一人にならなければ現れないものじゃなかったのか。俺たちを呼んだ連中は初めからペテンにかけてたってことか。
いや、事実ではある。聖杯はサーバントが残り一人にならなければ現れない。
Weird that we're getting this explanation here without Kotomine on screen
だが
or any decent visuals at
聖杯
all.
を下ろす器は別だ。あれは初めから形あるものとして用意され、聖杯召喚の時まで力を流し込まれていく。残るサーバントがあと2人だけという状況ならば、すでに聖杯としての力を持ち始めていよう。そうであろう、セイバー。お前とて前回最後まで残ったサーバントだ。アインツベルンの用意した聖杯がどんなものか、うすうす分かっているのではないか。そう、聖杯は常にここにあり、生贄の地で満つる時を待つ。だが、それは虚しいとは思わないか。何も残り一人になるまで付き合うことはない。お前たちの望みを叶えるだけならば、今の状態でも可能だろう。ならば、ここで意味のない摂取をすることもあるまい。
そうですね。確かに貴様の言い分は正しい。だが、だとしたら貴様は何者だ？貴様の目的だ。
私は選定役だと言っただろう。
だとしたら貴様は何者だ？貴様の目的は聖杯を手に入れることではないのか？
I thought I can make a selection. I will gladly hand over the grail to the right person.
そのために、まずはお前の言葉を聞きたいのだ、エミヤシロ。
I'm moving? Someone grabs my head and jerks me up. It hurts. The wound in my chest rips open. My world goes white with pain.
案ずるな。ただ返事を聞くだけだ。聖杯は求めるものにのみ答える。己のマスターが聖杯にふさわしいかどうか、お前とて興味はあろう。
それは無駄だ。シローは聖杯を欲しがらない。私のマスターはお前のようなゲスではない。
ああ、この男は初めからそう言っていたな。だがそれは本心ではあるまい。あらゆる人間に闇があるよう、この男にも影はある。例えばそう、10年前のあの日、この少年は本当に何も恨まなかったのか。その先にあったものを忘れることで振り払っているのではないか。
No, wait. What the hell is he talking about? The fire 10 years ago has nothing to do with this. I mean, it was literally the end of the last war. It has everything to do with this. This is meaningless. There's nothing
そ
here.
の傷を切開する。さあ、懺悔の時だ。エミヤシロ。
My body buckles. Pain shoots down my spine like lightning. In its wake, I feel my mind separating from my body. My vision goes red. Stop. 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 There's nothing here. Remembering this saves no one. Everyone died. All of them. Except for all the orphans, I guess, that got sent to the church. But I guess maybe they weren't in the flames. I don't remember the details on that. I was the only one left, lost amid the flames. Ashen corpses beneath smoldering rubble crying out from every direction. Ooh. Oh, there it is. It hurts, it hurts. I alone continued on. I needed help. I needed someone to save me. I kept on, never once looking back. Stop. The entire time, there were others calling out for help the moment they saw someone still moving. Stop. Help, help, help. I knew. Of course I knew. And I pushed through anyway. I turned my back on those voices. I turned my back on the sounds of all those trying so frantically to escape. I turned my back on those pleading not to die. I turned my back on mothers begging me to take their children. I turned my back on the dying gazes of those too weak to ask for help. I kept pushing forward, alone, desperate for someone to save me. I think that they should reanimate this. I've said it before, and I always hear people say, oh, they don't need to do the Fate route. It's fine, whatever. But it's like, no. This really needs to be like, I mean, they really skipped over this in all the other animes. You know, in Unlimited Blade Works, in the original anime, in Heaven's Feel. Like, they really don't go into just how bad it was supposed to be during the fire here. Because in Fate Zero, they kind of just portray it as basically an atom bomb went off. Everything's on fire. You don't see any other bodies at all. Now, you know, that's censorship, I suppose. But, I don't know. It still feels like they should have implied that there was a lot of bodies around. Instead, it's kind of like, no, everybody was reduced to ashes, but somehow Shiro's just fine. Like, I guess. That actually is an interesting comparison. Comparing this fire to an atom bomb, and Kiritsugu being the person who caused it to happen and feeling like regretful, like as if he's like Oppenheimer or something like that. Although, well, yeah, there's it's weird because technically, supposedly, Oppenheimer wanted to create the bomb to use it to like avoid fighting as a deterrent, whereas Kiritsugu is trying to make decisions that will save as many people as possible. And at least Kiritsugu makes more sense, because it's like, okay, admittedly, once you learn everything, yeah, the only choice was either to destroy the Grail and destroy, kill hundreds of people here, or don't destroy the Grail and possibly the entire world gets destroyed or something, I think. Wait. I couldn't stand seeing their bodies. I couldn't stand seeing people suffer and die. I was sure I couldn't save them. I was sure they'd die no matter what I did, so I kept pushing on. Stop. Give it back. That's why I never stopped. I thought I had to live, even if just for another second. If people died without being able to do anything, so long as I could make it, I thought I had to live. Stop. But I was destroyed in the process. I held back tears and pushed on. I thought to escape, and each step was harder than the last as I ignored every plea for help. It would have been easier. I've never thought of this before. There's a lot more. Man, I need to like go on YouTube and see if there's an intense breakdown on this game, because I don't think that I've ever seen anybody show the parallels across so many things. Because like reading this, I'm definitely comparing the fire here to Camlin with Saber, but then also this fire reminds me of Unlimited Blade Works. That it does look like it's not on fire, but it's like all orange and it's all destroyed. But destroyed and desolate looking. But then Shiro wants to create things to rebuild from nothing. From the nothing that's there. Kinda is like, it's reminiscent. It's not quite the same, but like this shade of orange definitely is very Unlimited Blade Works coded. And he's been saying repeatedly many words about bones, his bones, and swords. I forget other stuff about the Unlimited Blade Work chant. But whatever. It would have been easier to go on if I asked for forgiveness, so I never did. Maybe it was the only way I could own up to the truth that I was actually helpless to do anything. Like, I've never heard of a YouTube video where there was like an in-depth comparison between Shiro and Kodomine. That's another one. I always hear just people say Kodomine is like dead inside and he just doesn't give a crap about humanity and stuff. And it's like, yeah, I know that. That's like the basic stuff. But I want a more in-depth breakdown about I don't know. No, yeah. The problem is that to do a video, the only thing is that I do. I mean, I have my own channel. Doing projects like that is a lot because, like, you do have to look over each of the entire routes. So you'd have to have like a long video, more or less, of every route, and then say, okay, there's the similarities across the routes, and then you kind of like group those together, and that's fine, but like you have to be living and breathing this game all by itself. And like nothing else on your mind the whole time, I would say. And like, well, yeah, I could definitely do that. I'm like, surely other people have done it by now, right? Like, you would think. But yeah, maybe I just haven't looked into the Fate Stay Night in-depth analysis videos. I thought I've seen a lot of stuff generally, but yeah, maybe I just haven't seen. I haven't like searched up specifically what I'm talking about right now. I still have to make a Tsukihime review video, because Tsukihime went in a direction I was not expecting at all. Like, it's about vampires and like this love story thing, and then it's like, not really. No, it's a lot more other stuff than that. And that's only the first 2 routes for Tsukihime. You know, there's still 3 more routes that I don't know anything about. Stop. It hurts. It hurts. Just as I wished I alone was saved. The only other children at the hospital were those that had been in areas near the fire. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, yeah, just right outside the fires. I didn't need to know, but the man in the white coat told me anyway. In the depths of those flames, I alone survived. Please stop. I bore witness to so much death and pain. I bore witness to endless sorrow. So many dead that they had to hold mass funerals. Like that would go pretty hard, seeing Kiritsugu go to those funerals. But yeah, I mean, how would you even? You would just see like flashes of flashbacks. But still, like a really high quality Fate adaptation, a Fate route adaptation could really go in depth into that aspect of Kiritsugu. Instead, it's mostly all just implied, which, I mean, the implication is good enough, but like they definitely played down these dead bodies during the fire and then in the basement of the church. Like, I don't even remember. I don't think they showed anything in the anime. Like, if they did imply something, I don't think they showed anything of note right there. Yeah, and then they even, and it's so weird, in that one death route where Kodomine throws that dead child at Shiro, it was so weird. It's like, what? Just out of nowhere, here's a corpse, and it's like, what the heck? that move probably would work on most masters. They'd be like, what the heck did you just throw at me? What? Why? What? And then stabbed from behind. I thought, just ended already. I bore witness to so much grief, to so many different sentiments for the dead. Hey. I thought I had to remember all of it. I had to. So many wanted help, and not one of them got their wish. And since my wish was granted, it followed that I should take on the weight of their deaths. No, I had to. I couldn't go on if I didn't. No more. Return, return, return. That's why I desperately tried to follow in Kiritsugu's steps. For those I couldn't save, for all I couldn't do, I looked to a hero who could be a savior. Everything I once was fell away when I ignored those cries for help. I kept moving forward, void of all reason. I think this is a much better explanation about him wanting to be a hero of justice. Because from what I remember in all the animes, they were just like, he looks up to Kiritsugu and Kiritsugu saved him and he just wants to be like Kiritsugu. But here it's like, oh no, he wants to be a hero of justice because he feels guilty for all the people that he didn't even try to save. I mean, sure, he was like a 5, 6, 7-year-old kid, but like, yeah, he still feels that guilt though. But yeah, like that's way stronger of a reason. Yeah, because yeah, like otherwise it's just like, hey, I want to be like my dad, and that's it. And it's like, okay, whatever. Also, I guess that's kind of the explanation for why he doesn't remember anything before the fire. I mean, partly because of PTSD, but also partly because, like, he's literally just dead inside. As far as he's concerned, between the trauma and everything, it's like he had such a loss of innocence in that moment and such a close to death experience that his old self died. Like, it's like I was just a normal kid playing on in the park, and then suddenly I was in hell and everybody was dying and I couldn't save anybody. And so it's like, yeah, his sense of self just gets completely destroyed. But I mean, I think it would be more impactful if you do see like a day or two before the fires and then the fire. But again, like, yeah, you don't have to show everything, I suppose. I always hear people say show don't tell, or sometimes that like you should be more subtle in storytelling or whatever, stuff like that. And it's like, I think the more you show, the better. If showing too much makes a story worse, then that just means that you're not showing it in a good way. Like, it's like, do you really need the backstory of Gandalf in the ancient backstory of Gandalf in Lord of the Rings? It's like, well, no, but if you tell it right, it can be one of the most epic things of all time. Just tell it right. Obviously, it's not easy to do so, but yeah, the more you show, the better. As long as you can keep the quality. Please. And so those I could not save pass on one last lesson. Go on. What was lost in all that? All I thought about was going forward on behalf of the dead. I took all the memories I had before that and locked them away, never to think of them again. The kindness of neighbors, being with my parents. I sealed all that up so I'd never think about it again, as if I were already dead. Yeah. Don't open it up. I was no longer in pain. Kiritsugu Emiya adopted me and I was finally happy. And that's why. Yeah, and then Kotomine is like, you should feel guilty for having even an ounce of happiness. And it's like, well, I mean, he barely survived, but whatever. I'm telling you, don't open it. Although technically it's partly Kotomine's fault that the fires happened, but whatever. Don't worry about it. Just partly his fault. Agony and pain. Pure agony rips through my... I can't wait till we're done with this agony and pain part. Oh my gosh. Pure agony rips through my chest and drags me back to reality. The nausea simply doesn't end. My arms and legs are numb. My head burns. I can't breathe. Like, I get it, but like, man, it's lasting a long time. Return, return. Their voices continue echoing in my head. I vomit blood. Was that because I'm on the brink of death or because my psyche can't endure the voice any longer? My chest hurts. My head hurts. Heart hurts. It hurts so much, but I can't contain it. The wound deep inside me is the source of the pain. It will continue to hurt as long as I have those memories. It will swell up and never heal. Yeah. The realism. But I want to mention, Tsukihime had moments like this too. But the timing was like way better in Tsukihime, where it's like, okay, we're gonna have like, okay, no. I don't know. The way they worded it was better. I was gonna say like, oh, it was less pages of agony, but no, not really. I don't know. For some reason, the pacing in Tsukihime was like, I am going crazy, and you could like kind of like go a lot faster. Whereas here, it's like description. I am going to describe how much suffering I am doing right now, and it's like, okay, this level of like adjectives and details is not realistic considering how much you're supposedly suffering. If you're being introspective while you're suffering, I don't think you're actually suffering that much. Whereas in Tsukihime, it was like, nah, he's just going insane from the pain or whatever the heck's going on. Yeah, I played that Tsukihime remake on my channel, actually. Yeah, you can watch that. Well, and again, I've only the remake only has 2 routes, and I hear the rest of the 3 routes will get way crazier. Yeah, that's the thing. I do wonder like how much they maybe fixed pacing issues or something like that with rewrites or something. But I don't know. No, I don't know about a chair. I don't. Wait. No, maybe I do. No, I know about the chair. No, I do know about the chair. I mean, it was a short scene, but yeah, okay, I do know about that chair. That was related to what's her name? The executor, not CL, the other girl. Yeah, I did that route. I did every route in the remake, and yeah, in that one, it's like, do you wanna have fun killing these vampire people? And yeah, there's a whole thing. Yeah, so I do know about that. I don't know if they like rearranged some of the routes or something. I still have to rewatch or go over the original story to just kind of compare a little bit. But I'm already forgetting a few of the things from my playthrough. I remember like the big moments, but the small things are like, they lasted 5 minutes, so I don't remember them as much. But I do remember the chairs, so, to be fair, so that was a very memorable moment. But mostly I remember the chair only because I actually really like the girl. What's her name? Let's see. What is that other executioner's name? Oh yeah, I forgot that CL has these crazy cool tattoo things in the original version, but in the remake they don't give her those tattoos because that's I don't know, it's shameful or something, I guess. I don't know. What the fuck? I just ran into some random ass fucking lore. In the Melty Blood fighting game, CL fights Sion Eltnam, which I've done some deep diving on Sion because of Fate Grand Order, and oh my gosh, it's so crazy. So CL ends up getting brainwashed by what? By Hisui? How? What? and Sion simultaneously. After Shiki and Sion retreat, Akia fights CL on her own. She appears in Melty Blood. What the heck? I don't know. They're just talking about some random scene where she gets brainwashed, apparently. It's just like, what? Why did you just mention that part only? Like, it's so random. And of course, Melty Blood is just not even like a major story game or anything. It's just you know, they just got the characters and they can have them do whatever in there. Oh man, I'm really forgetting. Who did Ciel work with? Yeah, here, maybe Burial Agency members? Oh. Yeah, we don't even know. Holy Church? Maybe I can know some burial roles. Known members. Known members. There we go. Just gonna quickly look through all the known members of the church and all of Fates. I know who I'm looking for at least, mostly. What? Oh, I forgot about this shit. Wait. Oh my fucking god. I'm getting the such a fucking flashback that Kiara Sashoin Kisoin is part of the Tsukihime universe. Like I like Kiara so much, and it's so weird when she shows up in everything that she does. But no, the person I'm talking about is oh my gosh, I am not seeing her at all. Oh my gosh. The brown-haired girl that worked with Ciel. I don't even know if she was in the original. I assume so, but wait, okay, maybe we can just like look up who does Ciel work with. Gotta ask AI for this shit. Come on, they're not even mentioning it. The other girl in. They're not even mentioning the other girl in the AI response. But whatever. Ciel's partner is yeah, I'm taking way too much time on this. Ciel's partner is like a masochist or whatever. She likes torturing people or whatever. So yeah, that's what the chair is about. Or at least in the remake, that's what the chair is about. I'm seeing things. For a moment I think I see her, but no, she shouldn't be here. God, bite down on the pain. Begging for death is no longer an option. Even if she's just some dying dream, I can't let her see me like this. She has to think I'm okay.
これでは癒されぬままでは苦しかろう。エミヤシロ、お前はそのままで一生を終えるべきではない。
I can make out the priest's voice. It doesn't sound like him. It's too warm, too compassionate.
お前は聖杯などいらぬと言ったな。だがどうだ。仮に10年前の出来事をやり直せるとしたら、お前は聖杯を欲するのではないか。
But yeah, just like Saber, it's like, well, Saber wants to undo the big bad thing that happened to her. What do you want to do it too?
あの出来事で失われたもの、すべてを救うのだ。あの事故をなくし、エミやキリツグなどに関わらず、本来の自分に戻れる。それこそが、お前自身を救う唯一の方法ではないのかな。
Undo what happened 10 years ago? Remake the person I am now, who survived at the cost of everyone else that day? No, even beyond that. If I could make everything as if it never happened and no one would be hurt, why would I? I shake my head. Fevered as I am and completely unable to think, I still reject the idea and the images it raises. Yeah, I mean, he already said before that he rejects changing the past. Yeah, just at a base level. I curse this very weakness because it hurts. The voices echo in my head. My fingers desperately claw at the wet floor. Help me. Every single one of them cries out that they want to go back. And I wanted that too, even if my life was nowhere near as horrific as theirs. After Kiritsugu adopted me, I still returned to that empty field many times. I still returned, though there was nothing there. I opened a front door that no longer existed. I walked through halls that had burned to ashes years ago. And I smiled at my departed mother. I wanted to go back to before it all disappeared and wait for dawn to come and wake me from this nightmare. And wait for dawn to come and wake me from this nightmare. No such miracle happened. Instead, I was left with this painful reality. But if I could live in a world where that never happened, where nobody was hurt, surely I...
さあ、答えよ。
Choice time?
お前が望むのならば、聖杯を与えよう。
And I assume that this is kind of the first hint at the fact that he's the one being like this sort of embodiment of darkness character is like, here is the Holy Grail, don't you want your wish? And it's like, I'm sure this is fine. The priest with some miraculous chalice makes his offer. And it's really strong imagery that that the first route has the priest offering a chalice. Especially, you know, the Holy Grail. Like, it's very interesting. Although, like, that symbolism and that aspect just doesn't even exist in the next two routes. It becomes way more magical focused in the next two routes. This one is like, no, we're actually playing up the religious aspect more. Not that much, but like more than the other routes for sure. These voices will go away if I wish for it. Orphan children, if fate had taken even a fate, if stay night, fate, stay night. If fate had taken even a slightly different turn, I would be here with them. I shouldn't even need to think about it. I shouldn't need to. So why? No, I can't wish for that. Okay, yeah, there's not even a choice. I face the corpses. As I refuse, I grit my teeth. My response is to deny them. Whatever the Holy Grail is, I'm not going to wish the dead return or to change the past. I mean, he already had this speech before, but okay. You can't change the past. The dead won't come back. What's done is done. I can't wish for that. I mean, you can, but whatever. The dead, actually, the dead probably would come back, but don't worry about it. Tears sting my cheeks. I scream to the world that a miracle is impossible, and every time, my own conclusion makes me cry. I mean, a miracle is possible, but whatever. Why is the miracle of wanting ordinary happiness too much to ask for?
それを可能とするのが聖杯。
Like, the Grail would do it, though.
万物すべて。
But like, it totally would, though. It's like, it's so sad that miracles are impossible, though. No, it can happen, though. No. Oh, it's so sad. I'm so sad. It will never happen. It's like, but no. Here's the thing that gives you free wishes. No, I don't care about it. So sad. If only. So he claims. But I can't agree. I mean, no, actually, no, he's right, though. I mean, normally, at least. Even if I could change the past, I shouldn't. Okay, well, that's different, though. You just... Wait. So earlier you said... the dead won't come back. What's done is done. A miracle is impossible. But then here... Well, I just shouldn't change the past, though. It's like, well, okay, well, then you're wrong from earlier. Like... I can't. If I do, everything becomes a lie. Shiro confirmed does not believe in parallel dimension or parallel timelines. Every tear, all that agony, the memory of what was, even that cold reality, wretched as it is in my heart. Everyone who died screaming in agony, everyone who risked their lives to help another. And remember, as you say this, think about Camlin with Saber and all her knight friends, and then they're gonna just have that, like, actually show that in an hour or two anyway. Like, oh, you should be comparing that now. No, we'll show you it later. Everyone who mourned the fallen. If I were to just make it as though none of that happened, where would all of that go? What would I be doing to them? I mean, I don't know. You just change the pass, and then the future gets changed. So the dead wouldn't return. Yeah, they would. Reality can't be overturned. I mean, it can be. To continue onward, bearing the weight of all that pain, isn't that the very mark that proves something was there once? Everyone dies eventually, and sorrow fills the void they leave behind. But pain isn't the only thing left behind. It's the suffering that makes the goodness shine all the brighter. Those deaths, they shaped me. My memories of Kiritsugu protect me. And those memories form the past that eventually intertwines with others. Even though all of that will eventually be forgotten, this past isn't wrong.
そうか。つまり、
Ah,
お前は
then I'll kill you. I don't need the Holy Grail. I can't stray from this pass. For all those who were left behind, who laid it, I speak firmly, even from the depths of this torment. Willing myself to hold on to this conscious thought, I force myself to remain upright. And it's then that I realize I can't hear the voices. They're not echoing in my head anymore. I wonder what they thought of my answer. By the way, I just want to throw out there that this is the exact same plot. Well, okay, no, not plot. The exact same theme as Expedition 33. So that's really funny that this game from 23-4 years ago already did what Expedition 33 did way later, and people are like, whoa, it's such a unique and interesting game. And it's like, really, is it? I mean, like, I think I've seen similar themes and other stuff, though whatever they may have thought, I think it's sad that they seem to accept it without any resentment. I mean, were they really ghosts, or were they just Shiro's trauma thoughts, you know? That is, the answer her master arrived at. Her anger dissolves. All she can do is stare at her master, her words dying on her lips. This path, everything about me, I don't believe it's wrong. Despite his maimed body, as he struggles even to breathe, as he sheds the tears of one so horribly grieved, I can't stray from this path for all those who were left behind who laid it, apologizing to those he must climb over, but unwavering in his chosen path. Her vision wavers, her breath quivers. She knows his history. Just as he saw visions of her past, so she saw his. She was certain he would agree. No, she thought he had to. He'd meant to say, "It's not your fault," but the words died on her lips. If only he could hear it. She wanted to tell him he should not have to carry that weight. But he denies even that. No matter how tragic the past, one cannot undo it. Her legs nearly give out beneath her. His words are greater weight than even she can bear. To swear an oath and single-mindedly devote everything to carrying it out, she believed they were similar. I mean, not really. I mean, she swore an oath and single-mindedly carried out that oath her whole life, and then she failed at the very end as she died. Whereas Shiro was just a normal kid, then everybody died around him suddenly out of nowhere, and then he kind of made an oath that he wouldn't allow it to happen again. And I mean, now he's kind of like realizing that he sort of kind of failed by having all these orphans around him died without him knowing, I suppose. But like, that's like kind of an inverse to how it worked for Saber. She believed they were similar. How conceited. That was her great mistake. They were nothing alike. His resolve was so strong, so manly. Unlike her and her weak woman will and resolve. And she, who could not even believe his words, was weak.
自らの救いではなく、自らの願いを取ったか。
The priest releases the boy. He steps over the youth with a sneer as if he's lost interest.
ではお前はどうだ、セイバー。 小僧は聖杯などいらぬという。だがお前は違うのではないか。お前の目的は聖杯による世界の救済だ。よもや英霊であるお前まで小僧のようにエゴはかざす。
She feels her sense of reason is being imperiled. The priest says he will give her the grail. Okay. I think I know where we're going here now. More or less. But I think the way that this is being done, yeah, is different than the anime. But still, the result will be more or less expected. I think. Priest says he will give her the grail. He will give her what she desires, her wish granted. That she has no reason to refuse. That is the miracle she's been fighting for. It is the very reason she became a servant. What Shiro said has no bearing on her own concerns. To obtain the Holy Grail, she, Saber, the hero of the sword.
では交換条件だ。
Oh.
セイバー。
Oh, okay.
斧が目的のため、その手で自らのマスターを殺せ。その暁には聖杯を与えよう。
So this is what happens if you don't have enough affinity with Saber. I assume. And that's the ending that you were talking about in the comments. In the chat. I decided I would do anything for it. His words blindside her. She doesn't even know what to think. The priest's words, while easy to understand, are anathema to everything she believes in and stands for. This is like the third time I've ever seen this anathema word. I think it means are antithetical to everything she believes in and stands for. I think that's antithetical makes more sense than anathema.
どうした？迷うことはあるまい。今の小僧ならば、死んだということにも気がつかないうちに殺せるぞ。第一もはや助からない命だ。ここでお前が引導を渡してやるのも情けではないかな。
The priest steps aside. Before her stands a door leading to the crypt and to her master. She steps in the damp room past the priest. She can't help herself. It's as if she's stepped into the depths of hell. He was made to suffer in this place, to witness his own darkness, but he refused the salvation he was offered. She grips her sword. He lays at her feet, breathing raggedly. It would be the end of a long, long journey. The Holy Grail she desires in exchange for her life. I'm definitely gonna have to check how this scene was portrayed in the anime. I mean, I feel like if I saw this in the anime, since we're not seeing her internal thoughts, it's just like, she's King Arthur. She wouldn't kill an innocent kid just for this. Like, she can just, like, try to, get her wish later when she doesn't have to kill an innocent kid for it, All she must do is swing her sword, but one final time. A master and servant are united only until they obtain the grail. She could end it right here.
どうした？何をためらう？聖杯と引き換えなのだぞ。交換条件としては破格だと思うのだが。
The priest's words ring true. And also, like, he's being like the devil on their shoulder this whole time too. Which is weird because, like, he's such a good physical fighter. But, like, he's like, no, his honeyed Lucifer-like words are, like, far more potent than his fighting capability. Which is weird because this was, like, the opposite of what happened in Fate Zero. In Fate Zero, Gilgamesh is the one that tempts him. And I don't even know why. Like Gilgamesh is like, oh, it'd be so fun to just, like, tempt him to become, like, more selfish and, like, I don't know, evil, yeah. And it's like, what? That seems kind of out of character for Gilgamesh. The priest's words ring true. For her to hesitate now would be the height of hypocrisy. Even still, this pass isn't wrong. His words refused to leave her mind.
私
Ah. Though it disgusts her, she knows she's nothing like Shiro. She wants to upend everything. That day so long ago, there must have been someone who would have drawn the sword from the stone and been a better king, even though this is literally her fate, even though this is literally, like, she is the child of the guy who put this sword in this stone. It wasn't like she was ordained by fate that this random kid would become the king of Britain. No, it was ordained by fate that the person who pulled the sword out of the stone was the person next in royal line to become king. That's all. Like, there's no greater meaning to it other than that. Like, like, it's weird though. I don't know how much Uther is even explained at all in this in Fate. I feel like he's like maybe slightly mentioned, but not like in any meaningful capacity, because it's like, no, it was all fate related. Like she was gonna, yeah, again, like Uther's not even part of the Sword of Selection somehow. I mean, it's not like that we ever get a really detailed explanation of how King Arthur and the Round Table even worked in the past. We get like some details here and there, but yeah, nothing super detailed. There must have been someone who could have built a true utopia. Oh, utopia, yeah, okay. Because I was like, why is this day called Utopia? Okay, it's because she's like, I failed to make a utopia. Somebody else would have succeeded. Okay. Although I don't know how that comes into. Is that all? That's the only reason why this day is called Utopia. The heart that loved her nation so dearly, and the young woman's doubt before she took the sword. On that day, she tried to fully and forever abandon her heart the day she drew the sword. How did she not realize this before? I can't stray from this path for all those who were left behind, who laid it. To her, that is the girl who loved her country, the girl named Artoria before she was crowned. That was not a kingly heart. A king could only believe in themselves. To deny that would be to deny everything she gave up. It's kind of weird to say a king could only believe in themselves. I mean, like, why, you can't believe in your subjects? Like, what? Also, like, of all the kings in history, why say that about King Arthur? Like, King Arthur, without a doubt, would be trusting and rely upon the Round Table. That's like the whole point of the Round Table. Any other king, you can say, oh, they were lonely up on that throne. But King Arthur? It was all about brotherhood and camaraderie with the Round Table. Now, to be fair, in this lore, they say that she didn't actually have much camaraderie with the Round Table, but like, I don't believe it. It seems very hard to believe. Like, why even have a Round Table at that point? Like, like, oh yeah, this table is meant to be friends and have camaraderie with each other, but it's not meant for me, it's meant for them. Only they need camaraderie like this. Like, that seems a little silly. What is lost cannot be returned. Her master insisted on this, even as he suffered. I mean, there's already like a lot of conflicting information about the Round Table, just in this route alone, being like, nobody trusted her, but she did have an army when she came back from overseas. But don't worry about that. Like, oh, the members of the Round Table slowly left, but like, but did they really? Not really. I mean, wasn't it that Lancelot killed like at least one of them, and Lancelot then left, and then Mordred? Yeah, like I don't know. Like, it's just like King Arthur is so swept up in the results of Camlann that she doesn't acknowledge that everybody had their own life also and made their own choices that were perfectly logical. His pained expression alone makes her heart ache. What was it she had said? She could not start over. It was her duty as the king, so she refused over and over. What duty? To resurrect her lost nation? What? The nation is not... Okay, whatever. Lost nation? To select a more capable king? Or is it to wish for all the death and destruction to have never happened to begin with?
それは違う。
That was a mistake. She was raised to be king. That is how she lived. In that, there was no flaw. But if that led to ruination, why could she not accept it? She had no regrets. If she could take pride in the way she lived her life, wishing for another chance was a pointless waste.
そういうことなのですね。シロ。
And so his anguished cries finally reached her ears. Her heart, sorry. All the tears, all the pain, even her broken heart, salvation could come from destroying all of it. But if it was undone, what would happen to everything swept aside in the undoing? I have stolen much from many, even their very lives. All that pain and regret is mine to bear. It belongs to me. If I were to wish for a chance at something, it should be for a miracle in the here and now, not to upend the past. Each of the countless paths not taken before cannot be taken by sacrificing this one. Instead, I should forge ahead and work to fulfill what hopes have yet to come true even to this day. She is nationless and uncrowned now. Perhaps her wish should be for herself. No, she could not make a wish like that either. She chose to take up the crown. She never suffered for that decision, not once. Even if no one ever understood or accepted her, that choice itself was her pride and joy. At the very least, she truly believed that when she drew the sword from the stone, that is her answer. Just as he found something to stand by, so too has she. She pledged once so long ago, something she swore to herself. She would fight. Even if she loses everything, even if everyone in the world hates her.
私が愚かだった。
An oath from a king, a promise to fight against all odds. And so the king protected her country, but the country did not protect the king. That is very true. And so it was. The ending may have been tragic, but if she is no longer ashamed of the path that led there,
求める必要などなかった。
she fulfilled her duty as king. It led to ruin, but she saw everything through to the end. There need be nothing else. Of course, I did not want everything. The only thing I ever wanted from the very start, I did until the very end, even if it meant losing so much along the way. I will keep this unobtainable dream deep within my heart, and it may now end.
聖杯は欲しい。けれど、シロは殺せない。
I thought this was all about how she doesn't desire the Holy Grail, but okay. She turns her sword on her enemy. Nani? Nandato. I'm surprised that Kodamine is that shocked.
わからぬかゲロウ。そのようなものより、私はシロが欲しいと言ったのだ。
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look up what that's like when you don't have high affinity with her. And that is why my role is set. I will be his sword. I will shield him from danger. All hesitation leaves her.
聖杯はいらぬというのか、セイバ。
聖杯が私を汚すものならばいらない。私が欲しかったものは、もうすべて揃っていたのだから。
Yes, she has everything she needs with her now. Her pride as a knight, her promise as a king, even the precious dream that young girl once held. Those words I do hear. The girl who professed that her only goal was claiming the Holy Grail now says she has no need of such a thing. Saber. I call out to her as loudly as I can between ragged breaths. My vision still hasn't cleared, but I can still make out her presence. The pain is fading. My wound, which wouldn't close, begins to heal. Is it because she's close? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
立てますか、シロ。動けるのなら、私の手に触れてください。
Yeah, I can do that. I take her hand. Whoa, my vision returns. My head, so fuzzy from blood loss, rapidly regains focus. Saber, is this your...
はい。いかにゲイボルクの呪いといえど、今のシロには通じません。私のそばにいてくれれば、じき感知するでしょう。
Wait, what is negating the curse of Gaybold? Her magic resistance or holy energy? Maybe, because like the sheath is giving off holy energy when it heals. Maybe that's my best guess.
それより、今は。
Saber turns her gaze back to the underground sanctuary. Beyond the door, the last master, Kiriko Tomine, stands at the threshold to the room. Beyond him is Lancer.
そうか。
He looks at us strangely, as if seeing us for the first
お
time.
前たちは。
I mean, to be fair, he doesn't believe in love or companionship. So there is that. That makes some sense. And just believes that everybody is selfish in the world. Something like that. I believe that's kind of more or less his belief system. The disappointment in his voice is palpable.
これではやはり聖杯は私が預かるしかない。
Finders keepers.
だが、そうなると少々手荒い話になる。私の望みを叶えるのであれば、聖杯は完全でなければならない。エミヤシロ。 悪いが、お前たちにはここで死んでもらわなくてはならなくなった。
So yeah, I guess his goal was to have Shiro or Saber wish on the Grail, and the Grail would grant their corrupted wish. I don't know why, but that is definitely what his goal was. His main goal was. So now that is impossible to do, now he's like, okay, I guess I'll just do my wish on the Grail then. All right. Okay, I guess so. I try my best to brace myself, but my body still won't listen. Even with Saber's hand in mine, it's all I can do just to stand. I can't possibly fight, so I'll only be a burden to Saber.
その心配は無用です、シロ。あなたはここにいてください。あのマスターとランサーは私一人で十分です。
ほう、それは大きく出たな。これは逃げた方が賢明かな、ランサー。
So is this where it's going to happen? I wonder. Guess we'll see. Lancer is silent. Of course, Kotomine doesn't actually sound at all worried. He's just making a show of it.
コトミネと言いましたね。倒す前に聞いておきましょう。あなたの目的は何なのです。聖杯の選定役である身で何を望むというのですか。
さて、言ってしまえば娯楽のためだが、それほど急を要しているわけではなくてね。実を言うとな、セイバー。私も聖杯にはそう関心はないのだ。ただあれは私の趣味に合っている。私以外にふさわしい持ち主がいないのであれば、もらい受けてやるのが世のためだろう。
I just got something that we'll call deja vu, or perhaps a remembrance. More or less. I believe Kira Kotomine, after most of the events in Fate Zero, he never felt anything from anything. But the first time he ever felt anything, I believe, was when he betrayed his master. And that's the first time he ever felt joy, I believe. And Gilgamesh led him to that decision. And well, yeah, the decision. He led him to that decision. I think Gilgamesh just thought, oh, if you don't find anything in this world enjoyable, then why don't you do something that you've never done before? Is kind of the implication, I think, more or less. And so Kodomine, I mean, you could just say he's like the ultimate masochist, I suppose. Or no, sorry. I always use the word masochist. I don't know. It's because I hear people use the words masochist and sadist interchangeably, and it's like, oh. But no, sadist. He's the ultimate sadist. He likes to see other people suffer. Other people suffering makes him feel joy. And that's the only way he feels joy. That's what it is. Oh, which is also sort of connected to the orphans. All of them constantly feeling suffering. And him, I guess, getting joy from their suffering, I suppose. Even if they're not really vocal about their suffering, you know, he still gets the vibe of their suffering just by being near them all the time, I guess. But again, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe he does need their dark, suffering energy from their souls to keep him alive, since he might be a zombie. I mean, it's a little complicated, but I think he's basically a zombie.
ザレ事をマスターを殺し自らマスターになった男が何を貴様は初めから聖杯を手にするつもりだったはずだ
I think he just he pursued to be involved in whatever outcome would occur. I think that's all.
何ただの広いものだよ
No, it's not
ラン
happenstance.
サーのマスターを始末したのは外からの魔術師は何かと厄介だったから聖杯がああいうものなのだと外部には知られたくないのでね早めに退場してもらったのだがせっかくのサーバントを消してしまうのもうまくない
This is actually leading directly into Ataraxia. And I don't think that this will ever be addressed more than this. Because Lancer's Master is not a plot point in this game, as far as I'm aware. But she's the biggest plot point in Ataraxia. And as he says here, he didn't want Lancer's Master to discover the Grail's nature. So that's what happens in Ataraxia, where she's... I'm not going to explain it because I don't quite understand it. I just know that she's there and she changes the events of what happens, and therefore she discovers the nature of the Grail, which accelerates the events that happen. If she was alive, then she would have been like, Kodomine, you're suspicious, and you got the Matos are up to no good, and hey, that thing is an illegal part of the Grail War, stuff like that. Like, she would have been pointing out that stuff because Lancer's Master is more of a mage than every other master in this war. I'll mention that Castor's master was a proper mage, but they would have allowed everything to happen, so it didn't matter anyway. The Matos are not proper masters, not even the old man, even though he is a mage. Like, he's still not like, he doesn't care. Like, by proper master, I mean, like, you gotta at least follow the rules a little bit. And like, yeah, the Matos don't care about the rules at all. Rin is knowledgeable, but she doesn't actually figure out any of the deeper conspiracies until like Heaven's Feel, basically. But normally a proper mage would actually be able to be more suspicious about the events that are happening in the story. Unfortunately, Rin is so dumb that she's just like, I don't like Kodomine, and that's why I don't like him. And it's like, okay, well, if you'd been paying a little more attention, like, then you would have like considered that maybe he actually was up to no good, but you didn't want to learn anything about what Kodomine was doing. That's what that. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know if they'll ever explain why Rin didn't want to learn more about Kodomine. Even if she just feels like, I got bad vibes from him and he acts evil. It's like, okay, well, shouldn't you have been like looked into him more to see if he actually was doing something illegal or bad or whatever? Like, but yeah, Rin never did that as far as I'm aware. Hasten the war's conclusion? What? 2 weeks is pretty long for a war. The hell? Kodomine became master by killing Lancers. Yeah.
そうか。貴様が何者であるかはもう聞かない。
We don't know enough about Rin's, or sorry, we don't know enough about the church's role. What you said is correct, but like, we have never seen anything bad happen from having bad relations with the church in the Fate universe. It's a big deal in Tsukihime, but in the Fate universe, it's like, oh no, I got a really angry letter from the Vatican. They said I should stop doing that. Oh no, you know, it's like, whatever. Like, don't make the clock tower angry, but like the church, I mean, as long as you don't do something too crazy, you'll be forgiven. It won't be that big a deal. But no, I just mean like she in the 10 years that he was raising Rin, you would think that Rin should have maybe once. Oh no, well yeah, that's right. Well, the reason why she never discovered the orphans under the church is because she never visited the church. She probably would have sensed something was wrong if she had visited the church, which is what a normal person would have done in her situation, because you know he does watch over her at the end of the day. So like. Yeah, I would say that she did a big failure by not being a reasonable person and learning a little bit about her guardian, you know? Like, you would think that Rin would be like, hey, I mean, she's mentioned before that she never understood why her dad trusted or liked Kodomine, and it's like, okay, that's true, but then she never went out of her way to find out why they had this relationship. I mean, I know why because of Fate Zero, but like, I don't know. I don't think Rin ever found out why. And I don't think she ever like, well, yeah. I mean, just by going to the church, she probably would have sensed the orphans in the basement.
だわ、先手役として責務を果たしてもらうぞ。今回の器。
Where's the heart of this war? And then here, Rin never mentioned to Shiro or Saber, hey, we actually have the Grail right now. Yeah, like, are you guys stupid? Like, freaking stupid. Like, are you for real? Like, Rin is awful. He actually gasps. The brief moment of surprise passes quickly. Like, he's actually surprised by our stupidity by an absurd degree. Like, with a smirk, he snaps his fingers to introduce the final piece of the puzzle. Nani? Both Saber and Lancer tense. Heavy footsteps echo from above. Oh, it's going to be Gilgamesh, I assume. Okay, this is where it happens.
彼はアーチャーのサーバット。前回の聖杯戦争で私のパートナーだった英霊。
Well, it is funny that he says he partnered with Gilgamesh in the previous war, which is what happened. It's just funny that he doesn't say he contracted with him. He doesn't say he's the master of Gilgamesh. No, he partnered with him, which is what happened. But yeah, I believe from here it's gonna follow the anime, I think, which is Lancer looks up. He's like, "What the fuck? You're supposed to only have one servant, you piece of shit." And then he's like, "Lancer, kill yourself." And I think that's it. That's all I remember from now on. Iconic. Absolute cinema. The golden figure makes his appearance. Gilgamesh, king of heroes. Does he have Elia in his hands? I assume he does. The atmosphere shifts. After making his sudden appearance, Gilgamesh crosses the sanctuary grounds to stand beside Kodamine.
これからどうするのだ、ことみね。このような場所で。
Hey, Kodamine. Are we gonna finish the war now or what? Still can't believe him. Every time he shows up in this white coat, it's like, really? It just feels off. Like it really should be a different outfit.
お前にしてはあまりいい演出とは言えないな。
それを言うな。私とて予想外なのだ。文句は後で聞いてやるから許せ。
なんだ。承知しているのならばいい。だが、そのヤヒな男はどうにかならんのか。あまり睨まれると殺してしまいそうになるぞ。
Lancer? I assume it's Lancer. Yep.
どういうことだ
Yep, here it is.
その男がお前のサーバントだと。
なあ、お前には説明していなかったな。彼は前回の私のサーバントだ。聖杯戦争が終結した後、意見を同じくしてな。彼は私に従い、私も彼がとどまるにふさわしい食事を用意することで、こうして協力関係になったというわけだ。
I think that this is retconned, or I don't know which one's the retcon, but yeah, because he's saying that he had to sustain Gilgamesh for him to remain. But as far as I'm aware, Gilgamesh just has a normal human body with magic circuits, and that just allows him to just stay. And he's not a servant. He's just a guy with servant powers, basically. But yeah, again, I don't know which part ended up being actually canon, because I always hear people say that he was reincarnated into a human body. This is straight up saying, no, he's still a servant. But he needed energy to survive these 10 years, and that's what the orphans were for, I guess.
それがあのいけすかねえ部屋ってわけか。そりゃいいが、なぜ俺に黙っていた？
言う必要があるとでも、それとも何か彼と共同戦線を張りたかったのか、お前は。
冗談。そんな野郎と手を組むなんざ死んでもお断りだ。
And now there are 3 of them. Lancer by the stairs, Gilgamesh in the center of the sanctuary. We can't beat them all. Gilgamesh is too much for us on his own, but we can't escape with Lancer around either. Kodamine, you said you didn't know about him. I lied. Oh no, sorry. That's funny. I was about to have him. I was about to mock him and be like, I lied. Ha ha ha. But no, instead he's like, I'm a priest. I don't lie. Like, what? Okay. Huh? You're lying. You said you couldn't ignore a servant from the previous war.
私とて驚いたのだ。アーチャーには待機を命じていたというのに、指示を破ってお前たちを襲ったのだからな。
Yeah. Okay,
アーチャーを調べれば、いずれ私に突き当たるのは道理だ。故に、今後の対策を練らねばならなかった。どうだ。何一つとしてお前を測ってはいまい。
I think what he's saying here is that Archer wasn't supposed to be involved in the war until the moment when he showed up against Castor. But before he showed up against Castor, he wasn't ignoring Gilgamesh. He had Gilgamesh on the sidelines. So he was in a position that was fine and allowed. Yeah, like he was supposed to remain and not be involved. So then when he did get involved out of nowhere, then he was like, oh. But it's still stupid because like he got involved and then Kodamine said, I don't know about him. Like, by you don't know about him, you mean you don't know about his actions? Like this is like a really, really roundabout lie. Like, I didn't lie. I guess. I don't know. It's not even like a technicality. It's just like he's just saying he didn't lie, but he did lie entirely. God damn it! I blended right into the enemy's stronghold because I trusted his word.
貴様がアーチャーのマスターだと
He already said this.
そうだ。10年前の再現になったな、セイバー。
And how did Saber not know this? That's so crazy. I mean, based on the end of Fate Zero, she definitely should have known. So that is actually a problem. That is actually a plot hole. Like, he was literally standing next to Archer when she destroyed the Grail. So clearly she knew. Oh no, sorry. No, wait. Sorry. No, actually, maybe she didn't know. I don't know what she knew. Because, like, Kiritsugu went out to go and assassinate Kodamine. And then Saber went to get the Grail. And then Gilgamesh was there. And then after Kiritsugu beat Kodamine, Kiritsugu showed up next to Saber and said, okay, destroy the Grail. And then she destroyed the Grail. So I guess, I don't know if Saber ever... No, well... Okay, she knew about Kodamine, but only because Kodamine sort of killed Irisveal that one time. So maybe Saber met him like once or twice, but he didn't know... By that point, he didn't even have his assassin servant, so... He just assumed... She just assumed, oh, okay, he didn't have assassin, but he was involved in the war, even at the end. But it's weird. Like, she says, I saw you got shot and killed at the end of the war. But then also, Gilgamesh and me were fighting in the fires at the end of the war. Yeah, the timeline of the end of the war is very confusing.
もっとも、あの時私はすでにキリツグに倒され、最後の場面には立ち会えなかった。お前と顔を合わせるのはこれが2度目で。 そして最後になる。
Interesting. I don't know. Because when he attacked Irisveal, it was when Saber was away from her. So they didn't meet then. So I don't know when these two met in Fate Zero. It was probably some minor incident, I guess.
答えろ。アーチャーはなぜ残っている？
Oh.
あの火事はなぜ起きた？キリツグに倒されたというお前はなぜ今も生きている？
Oh, maybe we'll get an answer here. Interesting. Also, though, how did she not know what caused the fire? I can't even understand the events if she doesn't understand what caused the fire. That's very weird. Like, Nasu couldn't even give the author Urobuchi Gen, the author of Fate Zero, like a tiny timeline, just a tiny timeline of Kiritsugu kills Kodamine. The fire happens. The Grail is destroyed. Gilgamesh. Wait. The fire happens and Saber and Gilgamesh fight. The Grail is destroyed. Gilgamesh survives. Like there isn't. Yeah, like he could have just given the timeline there in any order that he wanted to, but instead he just didn't tell Gen anything. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Saber voice drips with venom. These questions must have been weighing on her for a while now. You must also want clarity about what she left behind 10 years ago and the disaster that followed. Well, then why didn't she ask this on day 1 or 2 or whatever? You know, when she first showed up. Like, I don't want to go to the church. Which implied, I thought, that she knew who the priest would be. Or maybe she went there and then sensed evil coming from the church, and then she's like, oh, I don't want to go into that evil vibing place or something. But like, I don't know, that still sounds stupid. Like, why would you not go inside the church if if you're sensing evil in there.
そのようなこと言うまでもなかろう。
Wait, there should be no question? Okay.
10年前、不完全ながらも聖杯は満ち、手に取ることが可能だった。私はそれに触れただけだ。規律とお前は強力だったのでな。分断させるための目くらましが欲しいと願ったのだが、あのような目くらましが起きるとは私も驚いた。
Okay, so they are. He is admitting that he's the one that started the fire, but he's just acting like the fire just happened, or the explosion happened just to separate Kiritsugu and Saber, which is a good. Well, I was gonna say it's a good strategy, but then it's like, wait, Saber could still use Excalibur even if Kiritsugu's not nearby, so that's a little weird. Okay, yeah. So the wait. So wait. Okay. It is interesting that the timeline is getting very clearly defined here, actually. So the implication is Kodomine and Gilgamesh are partnered, not master and servant, but partnered. And then still, Saber and Archer are the last two servants. So, with them two being the last two servants, and Kodomine being like, I'll never be able to beat them two on my own. Or, you know, we'll never be able, me and Gilgamesh won't be able to beat them even if we work together. So, I'm going to have to separate them. Well, the only way that I can separate them is if I ask the Grill at this point to cause something to have them be separated. You know, whatever the method. And so then they get separated, and then the implication is that they both have their 1v1s, and Kiritsugu kills Kodomine, and then I don't know how. Well, wait, no, and then Kodomine goes to Saber and tells Saber to use Excalibur or whatever on the Grail, and then that causes. But then why does that cause Saber to disappear but not Gilgamesh? Which is why it's like, what? And I don't know if they're going to actually address that part. That is pretty much what happens in Fate Zero. The only really big difference then in that case would just be before they met at the building that they did their fight at. Kodomine should have made his wish on the Grail, and then Saber and Gilgamesh would show up and fight each other. That's the only real difference Fate Zero needed to make. But admittedly, if they did that, then we want to get that killer underground fight between Kiritsugu and Kodomine, because that just wouldn't really make sense after the explosion. And that's like one of the best like locations in all of anime for a fight. just an entire room made of light panels, basically. Wait, that means
ではあの火災は貴様が聖杯の力で起こしたものだというのか。
さあな、思うのだが、私でなくても聖杯は同じことをしただろう。あれはそういうものだ。万能の杯というが、その中に満ちたものは血と闇と呪いでしかない。
So he's actually mentioning this. Interesting. Although I don't know if you're supposed to interpret this as literal or if you're supposed to be like, this is just what Kodomine believes or something.
お前も見たのだろう。聖杯を破壊した折、そこから溢れ出した闇を。アーチャーはそれを浴びてしまっただけだ。お前が聖杯さえ壊さなければ、アーチャーとてこのように迷いはしなかっただろうよ。
Man, this is really interesting. Okay, so they're even mentioning that Archer was bathed in its darkness. Interesting. The mud. Interesting.
よまいごと聖杯は持ち主の願いを叶える魔法の鎌だ。ならばあの火災はお前の願望ではなかったのか。
She's not entirely wrong.
結果だけはな。だがその過程は私が想像していたものとは違う。私はただ あの土地から人がいなくなればいいと思っただけだ。
Yeah, in this case, I definitely like what Fate Zero did. Here, he's like, I know exactly what I wished for, and while I didn't specifically say how I wanted it to happen, I got the result of what I wanted. Whereas in Fate Zero, it was like, I didn't even think I was asking for a wish. I just unconsciously made a wish, I guess, and this is what happened. I think that was a little more interesting. Although it gives him less agency in the story by doing that, so maybe that is a bad idea. Because then it's like there is like an element of, in Fate Zero, he's like, oopsies, I just did a whole cataclysm. Oh no. Oh well, you know. Whereas here it's like, I was fighting the war, and in the process of fighting the war, I thought that this was a good decision. Then that's it. Like, oh well, that's a little less interesting than the other
そもそも
decision.
お前たちは想像力が貧困だぞ。願いが叶う。それはいいが。では願いとはどうやって叶えるのだ。まさか願った瞬間に
Yeah, and this is kind of
世界が変わるとでも思う
hinting at what
のは甘いな。
why Kiritsugu did what he did. It's like how did you think the Grail would do what it did?
元の聖杯はどうあれ。今の聖杯は力の渦に過ぎん。精密な計算、相互作用による矛盾の修正など論外だ。あれはな、ただ純粋な力に過ぎん。
Yeah, that's right.
巨大な兵器と同じだ。持ち主が富を願えば、周囲の人間をことごとく殺害し、主人に幸福を与える。わかるか？あの底なしの魔力の釜はな、持ち主の願いを破壊という手段でしか叶えられぬ欠陥品なのだ。
The interesting thing about this, like, he's not wrong exactly, but the interesting thing about it is it makes me wonder, what if you asked the Grail to go for you to go to the root, which is what the original goal of it was? In that case, how could your wish be corrupted? I don't know. Like, you'd have to use all its power to transport you to the root. And there's... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, presumably it just wouldn't work, I guess. But there's no mention about what would happen, yeah. Or maybe the idea is that since the Grail is corrupted, if it allowed you to go to the root, it would also gain access to the root in that moment, and so then the root would also get corrupted, perhaps? Theoretically. Though the root in this case is basically God, so like, I don't quite, like, can God get corrupted by just some mud that has the evils of humanity in it? I don't know. Maybe. Probably.
それでは話が違う。
I mean, technically, that's why the counterforce gets activated during this war. The counterforce was used to prevent the worst case scenario, which would be that the Grail, the corrupted Grail, would become unleashed and, well, harm the planet, not harm the root, I thought. Again, I don't, just from what I've seen of Angra Mainyu in Heaven's Feel, I still don't quite understand it. And it goes way more in depth in Ataraxia as far as I'm aware. So yeah, I can't wait to actually know what Angra Mainyu is. Like, I know enough technically. I know it's connected to what is it? Zoroastrianism or whatever. And that kid that was a sacrifice. But beyond that, it's like, okay, but how does that like translate to why the Grail would be corrupted? Like, I don't know. I needed to get Angra Mainyu's backstory. I mean, it's just his intense hatred is enough to just corrupt the Grail, and that's it. And it's like, okay, well, that's okay. Like, Why doesn't it work the other way? What if you just have the most virtuous thoughts ever? Why can't those thoughts override the Grail's nature? I don't know.
万能の力。持ち主の望み通りに世界を変革するのが
Yes, it
聖杯
grants a
ではなかっ
wish,
たのか。
but we don't know how it does.
違うものか。聖杯の手段は実に理にかなっている。人を生かすということは人を殺すということだ。
Sometimes, yeah. Here it is, yeah.
この世はすべて等価交換によって成り立っている。その中で突出した出来事を望むのならば。
So maybe you could change the past, but you'd have to destroy all of the world in order to accomplish it. It's like sacrifice the all future events in order to change that one moment in the past type of thing. Yeah. Well, I don't know how much Zoroastrianism is even canon in the Fate universe. Like, as far as I'm aware, there's no actual god of Zoroastrianism even within the divinity of the Fate universe. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. As far as I'm aware, the darkness that occurred only happened because of how evil the acts of the religion were, not connected to any god. In fact, maybe I think it'd be more interesting if Zoroastrianism, even in this universe, is 100% fake, and people that were following the religion are just straight up doing sacrifices for literally nothing to a god that doesn't even exist. I think that'd be far more powerful, but I don't know if that's actually the case or not. And it's also weird because like Zoroastrianism, I think, was from like many, well, I don't know, I mean, it could be more modern. I mean, like, when was that kid alive? You know, was it a couple hundred years ago or was it thousands of years ago? I don't know. Again, I'll have to see the backstory of Ingram Mine in Ataraxia.
調和など気にしていては願いなど叶わぬ。つまりは弱者からの略奪による変動だ。それこそが最も効率の良い変革だろう。
I can only imagine what Saber must feel. If what Kunimine says is true, this is not the grail she wanted. It's merely power to fuel the possessor's wish. I mean, that's technically what it always was, just it's more literal now. Grants its owner's wish at the cost of everything else. Well, technically, it depends what you're wishing for. I mean, if you can use the power of the servants that died to grant the wish, then you wouldn't have to sacrifice anything else normally. But I don't know. It's corrupted, so who knows? We don't know what the normal Grail would have done since it's been corrupted since the third Holy Grail War. So, and then the first Grail War did like nothing, and then the second one, I don't know. So that is the true face of this supposedly omnipotent power.
ならば聖杯というのは
持ち主以外のものを排除する。この上ない毒の壺だ。お前も見ればわかる。あれはな、際限のない呪いの塊だ。そしてそれは私にとっても喜ばしい。聖杯に触れるのは聖職者の夢だがね。人を殺すためだけの聖杯が存在し、ましてそれを扱えるなど、まさに天上の夢でも見ているかのようだ。
The priest laughs. This time it's not for show. He laughs in pure delight. It makes me realize this is a man entirely without humanity. More than anyone else, he absolutely cannot get the grail.
ではお別れだ。
He just finds enjoyment from the suffering of others.
ゴミを始末しろ。ランサーは小僧、アーチャーはセイバーだ。
Yeah, and this is a good plan. Normally, but priest turns on his heel and ascends the stairs. All that remains are me, who can barely move from my injuries, Kodamine's two servants, and Saber standing ready to guard me, glaring at our enemies. tense moment passes. We need to beat Gilgamesh and Lancer if we're going to have any hope of getting back to the surface. But I don't care about defeating them. If we could regroup somehow, maybe, but... Saber's voice is quiet, but her eyes never leave the
無
enemy.
理を承知でいます。決して私のそばから離れないでください。
She grips my hand firmly in her own. I can tell she's ready to go at any moment. Alright, I'll do my best to follow you, so don't worry about me. I nod back. I can barely walk. We both understand just how bad this is, but Saber is telling me she will do everything she can to get me through this. What can I do but agree? I have full confidence in you.
信頼しています。
Oh. Her voice is quiet, but firm.
いざ
At that moment, she lets go of my hand to charge ahead. Both shadows react to her in an instant. Saber and I are struck dumb. What just happened? Lancer jerks his spear off course away from me and straight for Gilgamesh, who bats the attack aside with a long sword, as if he'd expected it. Yeah.
悪いな、手元が狂った。
そうか。随分と軽い槍なのだな、貴様のそれは。
Both men withdraw unhurried and unconcerned.
言っておくが、貴様の標的はあの雑種だ。セイバーは俺に任されたものだと覚えているか？
ああ、それね。悪いが気が変わった。霊樹で命令されたわけじゃねえしな。俺は降ろさせてもらう。
Oh yeah, okay. I'm getting some severe deja vu now. As he said this, Lancer turns to face Gilgamesh almost as if protecting us.
ランサー、あなたは。
くだらねえことなら口にするなよ。別に貴様に肩入れしているわけじゃない。俺の心情に肩入れしてるだけなんだからよ。
Lancer levels his spear at Gilgamesh. His intent is clear. He actually does mean to let us go.
まあ、いい加減我慢の限界でもあったしな。ここまで舐められて、おいそれと命令を聞くほどよくできた人間じゃねえってことだ。いや。
では契約を切るということだ。聖杯は目の前だというのに、貴様はこのまま消えても構わないのか。
てめえと一緒にするな。もとよりな、俺は二度目の聖なんぞに興味はない。いや、英雄なんて連中はな、どいつもこいつもそんなものに興味はねえんだ。
Kind of stupid to say that, actually. Because, like, a second life, you know, you can do anything with your second life, you know? Like, I mean, Lancer says this, but he wants to have a good fight. Well, he could have a lot of good fights if he just had a second life, couldn't he?
俺たちはこの世に固執してるんじゃない。果たせなかった未練に固執するのみ。まあ、てめえみてえに欲の皮が突っ張った怨霊にはわからないだろうがな。
なるほど。死に際が鮮やかだった男は言うことが違う。この裏切りも英雄の誇りとやらに沿ったものか。まったく己が信念を貫くのは厳しいな、ランサー。
There, behind Gilgamesh warps. Weapons appear out of nowhere in the space behind him.
ランサー、あれはあらゆる宝具の原型を持つもの。我らの中で最も古い歴史を持つ英雄王です。いくらあなたでも1対1では。
そうかよ。なるほど。道理で偉そうなわけだ。やりたい放題やって国を滅ぼしたって野郎だからな。そりゃ少年が腐ってる。
I don't know why they portray Gilgamesh this way, because, like, from what I remember, later on, Gilgamesh is more level-headed and protects his city. That's, like, the character development that he ends up having. But they just keep talking about how he's so selfish and crazy and narcissistic and stuff, and it's like, this is true, but also you know.
ランサー強がりを言っている場合では。
いいからさっさと失せろ。助言なんざしやがって何様のつもりだ。かばった程度で仲間意識持ちやがって。
That's stupid to say.
たくこれだから育ちのいい騎士様ってのは気に食わねえ。
What? But wait, Lancer is chivalrous too. Whatever. In his own way, Lancer is urging Saber to run. Saber hangs her head for a moment.
ご分をこの恩は必ず。
Taking my hand, she makes for the stairs.
しまった。逃がしてしまったか。
Gilgamesh just watches us, making no move to follow.
なんだセーバーはてめえの獲物じゃなかったのかよ。
いいや、実はな、俺もこのような決着は好みではなかったのだ。貴様がやらなければ俺が同じことをしていただ。
Yeah, I definitely have to look at the anime for this one. Just like they are both just disobedient servants, and Kodomine's like, "Oh, I didn't know this was happening." he doesn't realize that both of these guys are just really not liking his way of doing things. We make it up the stairs. Saber must still be worried about how I'm doing as we don't move very fast. Pain, on the other hand, doesn't much care how slowly we're moving as it doesn't dull in the slightest. The rising tension and sense of impending violence grows.
どういうことだそりゃ。てめえもセーバーを逃がすつもりだったのか。
当然だろう。俺にセイバーを殺す気はない。あれは俺のものだ。だが聖杯を呼ぶためにはそういうわけにもいかない。儀式の完成にはあと一人サーバントに死んでもらわなければならんからね。
Yeah, I saw Gay Bolgan there. Multitude of swords and spears appear in the darkened basement. Honestly, it should just say a multitude of weapons, because, like, as far as I'm aware, if he has every noble phantasm, that should include bows, swords, lances, daggers, clubs. I mean, just every weapon. Like, really, like, it's weird. I don't know why they keep saying swords. Oh, yeah, maybe swords might... There might not be a difference between swords and weapons. No, there is, though. Japan has many more weapons than just swords, so it shouldn't be that specific. This was why he was ready for Lancer's surprise attack. Lancer wasn't the only one planning to turn on his would-be ally.
初めからそのつもりかよ。てめえ。
言ったであろう。貴様がしなければ俺がそうするつもりだった。褒めてやるぞ、空風林。これは俺にとって理想の展開だ。
How did he say this? Like, it sounded like he said "coo-hoo."
褒めてやるぞ、空風林。
Coo-hoo. Like what? The two come together. We make it out. They come together, you say. Okay. Anyway, we make it out just before I see the initial volley. Anyway. Oh wow, it's daytime? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot. Man, we've been down there for so long. I stop. I make it out of the church, but my body tells me it's reached its limit.
シロ、ここで休みましょう。これ以上はあなたの体が
Why is she out of combat mode? Yeah, I hate that I'm causing you so much trouble. I lean away from Saber's shoulder and sit on the grass. My chest wound is still there. It stopped bleeding, but there's still a gaping hole in my chest. I feel sick. The pain might be gone, but I've still got a hole right through me. Right through you? I thought you were healing. Just looking at it makes me sick to my stomach. More than that, I can't believe I'm still alive.
シロ、傷を見せてください。
Oh, okay.
では失礼します。少し痛みますが、耐えてください。
Saber's fingers trail over my chest, and then, I don't know what she's thinking, but Saber places her hand on my chest, and lets it sink into my body. What? I thought it might be like some light magic, but yeah, I don't know what this is. Ah! My entire body jerks and bucks in for response. Saber's hand is relentless, moving around inside me. Idiot, what are you? She's touching my organs with her bare hands. How could that not be blindingly painful? It should hurt, but... Huh? There's absolutely no pain. In fact, everywhere Saber touches, it feels like the pain is fading.
終わりました、シロ。鞘に魔力を補充しましたから、半日もすれば傷は癒えるでしょう。
Half a day. She draws her hand from my chest, looking relieved. Sheath? I have no idea what she's talking about. Oh yeah, they still never explain the what's it called? It's more than a sheath. It's a scabbard. I mean, it's same thing, right? But still, yeah, it's a scabbard. Saber, what do you mean by sheath? You mentioned it before, but are you talking about your sheath? There it is. Saber's sheath. It has to be Excalibur's sheath. Invisible Air isn't her sheath. The legendary... I'm getting tired of saying this word. Sorry, I just blanked on the word that I just said. I don't want to say this word. Scabbard. The legendary scabbard of Excalibur is a noble phantasm that makes its possessor immortal. I mean, it's, honestly, to be fair, it is a sheath. I just think scabbard sounds cooler. But she doesn't have it. King Arthur died in the Battle of Camlann because that scabbard was gone. So there's no way Saber has Excalibur's scabbard right now.
はい。私の鞘はあなたの体の中にあります。それを確信したのが昨夜というのは私の落ち度でしたが。
Inside me? That sounds kind of absurd.
そうでしょうか。思えば簡単なことだったのです。シローは私を召喚した。今までそれを偶然だと考えたことが愚かでした。
Except that sheer coincidence is how most servants get summoned. So yeah, like, although, well, maybe I shouldn't say that, because now that I think about it, actually a lot of the servants in this Grail War were summoned using catalysts, like the Sheath. Oh, I gotta answer a call. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Just got a short call. I'm feeling a little sick, I gotta admit. But I think I'll be fine. Probably. Making some hot chocolate. Maybe I'll be good. I don't know. I don't even feel tired. It's just I had like one of those energy drink things, and I didn't eat anything with it, so I think that's what's going on there. We'll see. Just a little bit of a respite from talking. Also, apparently there's an eclipse tonight, from what I've heard. So that's one of the things that was mentioned in the call. It's actually happening right now. And like over the course of the next hour, more or less. So if I remember, I'll be going over to look at it in about 40-ish minutes. I just noticed Kick didn't start up. The Kick stream. I don't know why. Like, I started it at the same time as the YouTube stream. They don't always work out though. I don't think the YouTube has been working actually. Every time, like I've had it work a few times and then it just doesn't. It's like it works for like 1 or 2 streams and then just stops, and it's like, okay, I guess. I don't know why. Let me just check if I can even see this. How would I even see that? I'm just trying to see how I can tell, like, if my stream is live on YouTube. Yeah, it looks like it's not. I don't know why. It doesn't even say that there's like an error or anything. It's just, no. Let's see if I go to that. Excellent. Yeah, I don't know. It should work, but it's just not. And yeah, like every time I fix it, it's like, yeah, it works for a stream or two, and that's it. I don't know what's going on. It'd be really nice if I could get it working consistently. But yeah, like I was saying before, and you know, generally in all Holy Grail Wars, catalysts are a big deal to specifically summon a specific servant. But in this one, I feel like it's more so. Like, Saber was used. There's a little spoiler detail, but there was a catalyst used for Archer. Lancer, we don't know, but I think so though. Caster, yes. Assassin, no. Berserker, yes. Rider, I think yes. I believe they actually did use a catalyst. So I think everybody except Assassin. And Assassin, it's for a specific reason actually. So that's... He is definitely a mostly forgotten class. Fate Zero, on the other hand... Saber, yes. Archer, yes. Lancer, I think so. I think. Rider, yes. Caster, no. Assassin, no. Usually you don't use one for Assassin anyway, because like the differences between Assassin is not that big a deal. I believe Berserker used a catalyst, I think, but it's very weird. Like, The catalyst they used with Berserker was so good that if they didn't use Berserker, if they didn't do the Berserker class, it probably would have been an absurdly unbeatable servant. But yeah, so yeah, I guess catalysts are basically always used. I guess. I think. But still, you can randomly summon a very strong servant, so it's not that weird, honestly. Like, as if anything, I mean, there is compatibility that comes into it, but also, I think if you have like a large amount of magic, mana in your body, a large amount of mana in your body, and you do a summoning, I think a correspondingly strong servant would get summoned, even if it is random. It's like if you're one of the mages that have like the 10 most amount of mana in your body, I think it's I feel like it's all but guaranteed you would get a high class servant rather than just a lower weak servant. I think, but yeah, maybe not entirely. To be fair, maybe you're just more likely to get a mid-tier servant like Robin Hood. Like, Robin Hood's good, but let's be real, he's in the middle compared to all other archers. It's like, well, wouldn't it be better to have an archer that just, like, you know, do you want an archer who poisons, or do you want an archer who can shoot from 3 miles away, or do you want an archer who literally can become the wind or something, you know?
英霊を呼ぶには英霊にゆかりがあるシンボルがなければならない。マスターとしての知識もなく、魔術師としても未熟だったシローが私を呼ぶには、それを補ってあまりある接点がなければならない。
To be fair, he actually summoned Saber in the exact spot that she was summoned in Fate Zero. I just remembered. So I guess they did use that mansion a little bit. Nope, I'm wrong. She was actually summoned by the Einsburns. Inside a church, I think. But then that makes me wonder, like, wait, why was there a sigil inside the shed? A summoning sigil. I gotta look this up. Wow. I'm sure it's explained later, but I'm not really seeing anything. Sorry, I was hoping for like a quick explanation. At a quick glance, there is no explanation why there was a summoning circle in the shed.
それが私の鞘。失われたエクスカリバーの鞘だったのです。
Well, that might be true, but why is something like that inside me?
それはおそらくキリツグが行ったことでしょう。
Which I don't quite understand that one. It's like the Shees wouldn't be doing anything. It's not like the Shees healed Shiro because you needed Saber nearby.
前回の戦いでエミやキリツグはエクスカリバーの鞘を触媒にして私を召喚した。聖剣の鞘は持ち主の傷を癒す宝具です。キリツグはそれを私に返すより自身が持っていた方が有利と判断したのでしょう。私には治癒能力があるし死ににくい。
But yeah, that's true. While the Shees would be very powerful, it's like if something's powerful enough that she needs the Shees, it probably is powerful enough to kill her anyway. Generally. But it's funny because in Fate Zero they actually explain exactly where the Shees is at every moment, so.
それより死にやすいマスターが鞘を持つ方が戦いには勝ち残れる。
Yeah, I mean, yeah, anyway, there's more details to this, but yeah. No. Oh, yeah, I think she's actually gonna say it here.
おそらくは。 そして戦いが終わり、私が消えた後。
No. He actually only ever got hurt, and he had to use a sheath one time. Just once.
キリツグは焼け跡の中をさまよい、死にかけている子供を見つけた。キリツグには治療の力はありませんでしたし。
Yeah, maybe there was like residual energy inside the scabbard. Like, you know, since Saber had only left recently.
だから、その子供を助ける手段は彼には一つしかなかったと思うのです。
My hand goes to my chest. On that day 10 years ago, I accepted death as I was looking up at the sky. My whole body was burned. Maybe I really was little more than cinders. I mean, Fate Zero does not imply this. But it's not like they were going to show like a burned up child on screen. That's interesting that that's the implication. That like, well, actually he had burns everywhere maybe. But then it makes Shiro look even dumber. That's like, oh, I could have saved people even though he was like super burned up. Like, but I could have saved him though. Like, okay. So when Kiritsugu found a kid that was barely alive, he had to rely on the one thing he had with him. The sacred sword's sheath said to protect the possessor's life. By implanting the sheath in me, he saved the child who was on the verge of death. So you're saying...
分解され、原型をとどめてはいませんが、確かにシローの中には鞘があります。それがあなたの治癒能力の源です。
Kind of weird that this is when we're getting this information. I mean, technically we were told more or less 2 days ago, but like not directly, you know. But I mean, it was inferred well enough. But I almost died when Lancer stabbed me at the school. Yeah. That's right. Someone saved me then. By the time I came to, there was nobody there. Just a piece of rock. Totally not a gemstone. Anyway, lying next to me. I felt that was really important, so I brought it home. I wonder if it's still there. I wonder if that's relevant.
鞘は私の宝具です。私が限界し、魔力を注がなければ宝具としての能力を発揮しない。シローは私というサーバントと契約しなければ、その不死身性を得られないのです。まあ多少は魔力さえ注げば持ち主の命を保護するでしょう。ですが、それも微弱なものです。死にかけた人間を救うには、鞘そのものと同化させるしかなかったはずです。
I see. Sorry, Saber. I feel bad for using your scabbard for myself.
何を言うのです。シローは私のマスターなのですから。 私のものを使うのは当然ではないですか。それにシローがそうなのだと知って私は嬉しかった。何も守れなかった私でもあなたの命を救えていたのですから。
Her smile is so bright, I can't help but look away.
シロー、傷が痛むのですか？
No, that's not it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You did nothing wrong. I cover my blushing face and fall silent. This is so embarrassing. Not speaking means no pain. But this is really awkward. I'm not sure how much time passes. Just as I start to calm down, Saber speaks quietly.
キリツグは正しかった。彼は私を裏切ってなどいなかったのですね。
Yeah, here it is. Her voice is heavy with regret. Regret.
あ
Saber.
の聖杯は私の求めるものではなかった。いいえ、元より聖杯など必要ではなかったのです。キリツグはそれに気がついていたのでしょう。
Well, no. Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, that's not exactly the right way to say it. More specifically, he found out that it was corrupted and was like, oh, you better not use it. It sounds more like a confession. Saber is making an apology to someone she can't apologize to. Not anymore. She reflects on herself as a way of saying goodbye to the feelings she held for so long. Even if she doesn't say it in so many words. I understand just by being beside her. Oh, that's weird. What kind of outfit is that? Artoria sought the Holy Grail, a lonely king who had no choice but to believe that without the Holy Grail, she could not avoid ruin. If only she'd wished to redo everything from the moment she drew the sword from the stone. Saber, that's...
分かっていました。やり直しなんてできないのだと。
What was that outfit, though?
私はそれを知りながら必死に自身を偽り続けてきたのです。
But that ends here. Her long battle can now really...
ありがとう、シロ。あなたのおかげでようやく取るべき道が分かりました。
Or maybe this outfit is supposed to be like what she used to wear or something. I don't know.
ええ、あの聖杯もこの私もありえてはいけない夢だったのです。
But still, she mumbles about wanting to be forgiven. She should never have wished for what she did, and in all that time, she'd never been able to fulfill it. The weakness was only a fleeting dream. How should I feel right now? What she says is beautiful. Her decision is dignified and proud, just like her. She takes pride in her past now and accepts the end that awaits her. And now Saber has decided to follow the promise she made until the very end. She doesn't even need to tell me what that means. She will never waver again. Okay. And she is more beautiful than ever. Like, dude, do you really have to add that stuff? Okay. In the dark of that night, in the moment I met her under the moonlight and admired her appearance, I loved her from the very beginning. Then, regardless of what awaits ahead, there's only one thing to be done. Saber, let's destroy the Holy Grail. I cut away any lingering attachment. I banish my selfishness and say what has to be done.
はい。あなたならそう決断すると信じていました。マスター。
Saber nods reassuringly. I can't smile back at her right now. I'm trying my best to suppress my feelings for her and convince myself that this is the right thing to do. I'm sure that someday I'll be proud she trusted me with this decision. I stand up. Now that's settled, we can't just rest here forever. We know what must be done, and our enemy is clear. No more detours. Today, we put an end to this battle. Oh yeah, I guess it would be today. Oh, that's annoying. I was just thinking, like, how much more to this day is there? And then I'm like, oh, this might be the last day. Because this is still like, I mean, okay, it's not the morning, but it's like 4 or 5 p.m. So it's like, we have the entire night. I think, I'm not going to stop the stream yet. We'll see. We'll see how much further we can get. I managed to make it home leaning on Saber's shoulder. The wound in my chest hasn't completely healed. According to Saber, I'll need to lie still for a few hours. I bite my lip. I curse my body for refusing to listen to me, even though I know what I need to do now. I'm surprised that Kotomine didn't meet them when they went out to the cemetery.
シロ、何か今よからぬことを考えませんでしたか？
I assume we're going to get another interlude to show what Lancer's doing. Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking about anything.
まったく、あまり無茶を言うと怒りますからね。戦いは傷が完治してからです。最後の戦いになるのですから、お互い万全の体制で臨みましょう。
Yeah, we're better off preparing ourselves than getting impatient. Thinking about where Kotomine went. About how to defeat Gilgamesh. There's just so much we need to consider. For now, though, we need to rest and wait until night. I think I'll call this day 14. Daytime, daylight. We'll say daytime. Because I assume, I mean, we've pretty much addressed everything. So I'd be surprised if there was an entire 4 hours left. But we'll see. Anyway, I think Renan's going to be greatly hurt right here. Kotomine came here to pick up Elia. That's what he did. At that moment, my mind freezes. There's nobody inside. The house feels different. There's the blood. Mingled with the smell of something burning, I can just pick out the strong scent of blood. Burning. I run. I ignore my chest wound. I run to shake off the chill running down my back. I run through the corridor, turn a corner, and pass through the familiar curtain that divides one room of the house from another. And the thing that greets me is anything but familiar. Get wrecked! Tosaka. My voice trembles. I don't know what happened. All I know is that Tosaka is looking at me, breathing weakly. Get wrecked, idiot.
まったく、もうちょっとで寝ちゃうところだったじゃない。バカ。
Yeah, I mean, he'd basically just walk right up to the front door. I don't even know whether he'd ring the doorbell, but he could pretty much just walk inside, and then she's like, "Oh, Shiro, you're back," and then he's just like, "Boom, get wrecked." Technically, at this point, we still haven't seen how he fights, but anyway, I'm not gonna go into it. I mean, I know, What the hell is she saying? It looks like she's really struggling even to speak, but she tries to make conversation like nothing's wrong. Don't talk, you idiot! Damn, we need to stop the bleeding. Saber, get some towels and a wash basin with warm water from the bathroom. Saber nods and turns to run to the bathroom. Bandages. I need bandages and some septic? I think you mean septic. Or wait, not septic. Antiseptic. I don't think antiseptic will be enough for this. Damn it. I need a doctor. I need to call a doctor to treat her. I panic as I pull out the first aid kit.
手当ては自分でしたから、医者はいらない。
She already said that she's bad at healing, by the way.
それよりもっと大事なことがあるでしょ。
Tosaka's panting, but she looks straight at me. Tosaka? I don't know what the hell she's trying to say. I'm confused, but I just nod to listen to what she has to say. Are you sure you're going to be okay? There's so much blood.
いいの。一度目ぐらい自分でできる。それより。ごめん。留守を任されてたのに。私、イリアを守れなかった。
Huh? I finally put two and two together. Tosaka wounded, the living room in disarray, and Ilya gone. Did Kotomine come here? She nods. He's the only enemy left, so there wasn't much point in asking. But Saber and I were the only ones who knew Kotomine was our enemy. Yeah, I guess so. It must have been a shock for Tosaka. The Seventh Master is her teacher and guardian. Don't apologize. Even you wouldn't have been able to do anything in an ambush. I know that whatever you said, you always trusted Kotomine. Is that true? Is this true? I don't know about that. I don't know. I think from this point onwards and all the other routes, it implies very much not to be the case.
そうね。正直甘く見てた。自分一人でもなんとかなるってうぬぼれてたみたい。
Well, the weird part, the funny weird part is that she's technically known for being a very good close hand fighter. That said, I think Kotomine is the #1 close hand fighter in the world, or at least top 3 for sure. So I guess even if she was very good, he's getting the drop on her, and he's so strong. So yeah. She coughs up blood. Crap, I can't let her keep talking. Let's talk later. Just don't move. We'll get you treated, then you can rest up.
お願い。けどその前に伝えておかないとダメっぽい。いい？シロ。これが最後の助言だからきちんと聞きなさい。
That's ominous, but I just nod. This is serious, especially if she's so insistent on telling me, even as wounded as she is. I couldn't stop her from speaking up now, even if I wanted to.
まず一つ目。琴峰の目的はイリアよ。あの子が今回の聖杯の器だって、あいつは初めから知ってたんでしょうね。
I think Shiro is literally the only person who didn't know Ilya was the vessel for the Holy Grail. So I blame Rin entirely in this situation. Like, heck, I mean, she knew from the beginning. I mean, it's always the Ainsburns. Literally every single time. That's like the whole point. So it's like really bizarre that she didn't tell Shiro. Like, you could be like, well, she doesn't want to tell him because, like, he'll feel guilty and be like, oh, I would never use the Grail. I don't know. I mean, he never was going to use the Grail anyway, though, so I don't know. Stupid not to mention it. Because, yeah, I was just thinking, like, I think every other person knew. Even the Matos should have known, at least. I'm not 100% sure on them, but, like, Shinji definitely should know that that's the point of the Ainsburns, I think. What? Ilya's the Holy Grail?
正確にはあの子の心臓ね。魔術師っていうのは魔術回路を持った人間だけど、イリアは魔術回路を人間にした子なの。
Or are they going to call? Are they going to say the word homunculus?
サーバントが残り一人になった時、あの子自体が聖杯を下ろす器になると思う。
I mean, technically, she could be made into the Grail before that, but okay. Then Konomine's taken Ilya too.
連れて行かれたわ。でも、セイバーがまだ健在なら道は開かない。琴峰だって器になるイリアをどうにかしようなんて考えないはず。
Okay, so when the anime used Sakura, that was just a nod, I think, to Heaven's Feel. But not what ends up happening in the next route, as far as I'm aware. Maybe I'm wrong. I could maybe be wrong, but well, I guess I'll see. I know Ilya's still like a major plot point in the next route. But yeah, I don't remember Sakura. I can only hope so. And Lancer won't be an easy servant to beat. I mean, he might be dead right now, but okay. Even if he couldn't defeat Gilgamesh, he might at least have been able to run away. No. Well, anyway. I'll just have to hope he did. This isn't the time to tell Tosaka anyway. Got it. I'll go save Elia, so don't worry.
さあじゃあ2つ目琴峰の居場所だけどきっと竜道寺だと思う聖杯の高齢場所としてあそこ以上の場所はないもの
That's not true. She even mentioned that there's like 3 spots. One of them, in fact, I think might be her house. I'm not 100% sure on that one though. But yeah, you can't use it at the park where the park is. That's where it was summoned last time. But yeah, they can't use it now because like I think it's like a dead ley line basically, or at least very weakened. Yeah, the temple. There's another location though. There's a temple. There's the municipal building, which is the park. The bridge, right? The bridge. I believe that's the 3. I think, but yeah, I don't think the bridge has ever been used. It's a little too public and also just probably a weaker ley line compared to the temple.
教会はもう引き払ってるだろうし隠れてるとしたらあの寺だから
I wonder if the church is on a ley line too. Well, got it. Kodomine's at Ryodo Temple. She doesn't even seem to have the strength to move her head, but she nods anyway.
じゃあ最後あなたじゃ綺麗にはかなわないそれでも戦う
That question. She's not asking as a friend, but as a mage who truly understands the situation. Is there a method? But still Sakura. I will say that there's a method. You have something in mind, Tosaka. I'm going to settle things with Kodomine. Even if I don't have a chance of winning, I can't run away. But if Tosaka has a plan, I'll hear her out no matter what it is.
残念ながらけど選別をあげるご信用のものだけど何もないより役に立つわ
Okay. Tosaka reaches behind her and pulls out a single dagger. Oh! This is a well-known dagger, perhaps even famous? It is used for rituals rather than for battle. It's a magical wand in the shape of a sword, used to form magic circles and to intervene in mystics that have taken shape. The word Azos is engraved in the jewel on the handle. This blade isn't as long as a typical dagger, which probably fits Tosaka's preferences anyway. This is the Azos blade, a sword favored by a famous scholar of mystics who took the world by storm some time ago. Don't know who. It is meant for mages to prove that their training is complete. The Azos blade is not unlike the sort of gift one receives for getting into a college. Tosaka, what is
見
this?
ればわかるでしょう私の探検よ宝石に比べればビビたるものだけどそれでも気が向いた時には魔力を込めてた
Labita?
ベ
Labita?
ストって叫んでありったけの魔力を流し込めば発動するから
She hands me the dagger. It's surprisingly heavy. Not physically heavy. Rather, I feel the weight of Tosaka's memories in the dagger. Tosaka, are you sure about lending this to me?
いいのよ綺麗に勝てないって分かって最後まで隠し通したんだからこのまま使わないのも尺だしあんたが使って
Okay, I'll take it. Honestly, more weapons can't hurt.
なんだ分かってるじゃないならもういいかないい加減もう眠くて眠くて
She laughs, embarrassed. Next thing I know, Saber is standing behind me, waiting to treat Tosaka. Yeah, go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you up in the morning. Then I'll make you a nice big meal.
そうする
Oh, and this last bit is a...
最後
Oh,
に
okay.
これは忠告じゃなくて命令シロやるからには死んでも勝ちなさい私が起きた時あんたがくたばってたら許さないから
She looks like she's said everything she wants to say, and so Tosaka drifts right off to sleep. She looks well enough, so I feel a little stupid for worrying about her. That's the thing. I think I remember in the anime thinking, "Oh, good, she's dead. Ah, she's out of the way." And then it's like, "Nah, she's fine. It's whatever." It's just like, "Oh, cool." But then again, I know that's her way of cheering me on, and her words really do invigorate me. Yeah, leave it to me, Tosaka. I nod at Tosaka's sleeping form. Everything's all set. All that's left is to spend these next few hours without regret while my wounds heal. Interlude? Or no. Or not interlude, but well, the other thing. But whatever. Today slowly ticks over into tomorrow. What? Today slowly ticks over into tomorrow. Well, I mean, because it's past midnight, or we treat Tosaka's wounds and take her to her room to rest while I make dinner and eat with Saber in silence. Just a little longer. Most of my wounds are healed. We only have about an hour or two left. In the meantime, I'll... Oh, boy. No. Saber, I guess. Sure, more Saber time. Fair enough. This is the Saber route. We gotta have more Saber time. How should I spend those remaining hours? I thought a lot about it, but wound up here in the end.
ここは変わりませんね。今の穏やかさもいいのですが、やはり私にはこちらの方が合っている。
Yeah, for a Western knight, you look so natural with a bamboo sword. Plus, you like studying Seiza. We should have put on some kendo gear and had a match while we had the chance.
防具をつけてですか？それなら言ってくれればよかったのに。私は甲冑を着込みますから、シローが鎧を着るだけで模擬戦はできました。そうですね。本当にそうすればよかった。もっと早く言ってくれたら、シローと本気で打ち合えたのに。
To be fair, he needed to feel the pain to get used to combat, I suppose. Ah, Saber's so cute when she pouts like that. Cute as she is, her actual words are pretty terrifying. You're not really serious about going all out, are you? If you fought me without holding back, I'd wind up bedridden for a week.
いいえ、そのようなことは決して。シローは自分を過小評価しています。この数日であなたは本当に成長した。今のシローなら私から一本取ることも夢ではありません。
Really? Even if she's only flattering me, I'm delighted. How could I not respect Saber when it comes to swordsmanship? Being able to land a hit on my mentor is like proof of my growing skill. For real? So you're saying that if the conditions and timing are right, I might actually be able to land a hit on you?
はい。シローは強くなりました。それは誇っていいことですし、私もたまらなく嬉しいです。
I can tell she's being honest as she smiles at me. When I see her face like that, my determination starts to waver. Afterwards, we won't be able to come back. If only we could just run away instead of facing a battle we have such a slim chance of actually winning.
シロー、どうしたのです？急に黙り込んで。やはり傷が痛むのですか？それでしたら部屋で休んで。
No, I'm fine. Nothing hurting. I push my hesitation aside. I can't run away, and this isn't how I want to spend my final moments with Saber. Hey Saber, since we're here, want to have a quick spar? Not a serious bout, just a fun, light-hearted match. I bury my feelings and try to put on as strong a face as I can.
いいでしょう。なら、私は剣道ではなく、自己流で交えさせていただきます。シローも自由に、思うままに剣を振るってください。
She must have understood what I had in mind. Trading blows with a sword rather than words suits us better. For a short while, we forget about everything and just feel our bamboo swords whack at each other. Whack, 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 whack. Whack, 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 whack. The moon hangs high in the sky. The clouds have finally cleared and the black night is giving way to indigo. That's practically what the moon looks like right now, actually. It will be dawn soon. The long night is about to end. It will be the last one. During the night, Saber and I traveled to our final destination. I hear the tension in Saber's voice. She's not the only one. As I quietly nod, I feel cold sweat trickling down my neck. The mountain feels like a living thing. Chills run down my spine. Stifling pressure assails me with every step I take. The air is thick and damp.
10年前と同じです。おそらく上ではもう。
The summoning of the Holy Grail has begun. Maybe it's even over by now. Either way, Gilgamesh has probably defeated Lancer. Oh, okay. I thought you said that maybe he could get away before. Let's go over it one more time, Saber. Once we reach the top, the only thing left will be the fight. You take care of Gilgamesh, and I'll take care of the Master, Kodamine. Neither of us will get involved in the other's fight. If one of us defeats their opponent, that'll be the end of it.
ええ、今回だけは私は自分の戦いに専念します。それに、琴峰はあなたが倒すべき敵だ。
I mean, that's not really true. You have to beat both. Like, if Kodamine dies, I don't think that Archer would disappear. But they are implying that Archer's just a normal servant, I guess. But if Archer dies, then like Kodamine still can fight. Like what? Right? Yeah. Leave him to me. And Saber, don't let him beat you.
はい。誇りにかけて彼には負けるわけにはいかない。サーバントとしてではなく、英霊としてかの王に膝を屈することはできません。
There's no longer hesitation or worry in her voice. I don't need to say anything else to her. We will head to battle and determine the final master in this war. But if, in the process, if one of us dies, the survivor just has to kill their opponent. Even if I'm defeated, as long as Saber defeats Gilgamesh, Kodamine won't get his hands on the Holy Grail. At the same time, if Saber is defeated, but I defeat Kodamine, Gilgamesh can't stay manifested. So we don't have to cover for each other. Just a reminder, not that they care, not that it matters really, but archers have the longest independent manifestation of any servant. So like I think it's been mentioned that archers can stay around for like 2 to 3 days after their master dies. But whatever, don't worry about it. We don't have to cover for each other. This battle is now each of ours alone. Oh. And that's the end of the stream. Perfect ending. I did originally plan to get all the way to the end, but I'm pretty confident that even if this battle isn't too long, I think there will be quite a lot of epilogue's not really the right word. Falling action, I suppose. Something like that. The ciphers of battle, completing the Holy Grail. Let's just look at the flowchart real quick. Don't worry about that. What is that? I don't know. What's the difference here? What is that? Did I even have a choice? I don't think I had a choice here. Wait, what? What is that? Oh, I think this is supposed to be the automatic choice. That if this is the good choice that happened, I think. And then this would be like the really bad thing. But then you'd have to go back like really far and undo some decisions, which is what I had to do in Tsukihime, to be fair. Yeah, I still got to go back and look at other endings. I think I'll probably go back and look at the other stuff though, like off screen after I finish. Most of these deaths don't seem like they'd be particularly interesting. Some of these are such good, like that's such a good artwork. It gets really weird how some of this artwork is so amateur looking, and then some of it is just so insanely good looking. Like this one, I don't know. I think I kind of feel like this is like such a nostalgic piece of art that like it both feels very good and very bad, I guess. I don't know. I don't think they'll know that. Well, remaster. I mean, this is a remaster. That's what. Yeah, remake. Yeah. This is a remaster. I don't know how this is a remaster. Honestly, I have no idea. Wait. Oh, maybe I have to go back and look, though. Maybe things did look way worse in the original version. I might have. They might have actually done a lot of work. I don't remember. Yeah, I'll have to go and look and compare. I mean, it's weirdly weird how good some of this artwork is. But then sometimes, like, this artwork doesn't look the best. But then this looks like really, really good. And then, like, everything with the Dragon Core and the ruins and stuff looked really high quality. So it's like, I don't know. But like, this feels like this was like really old, the old style. Oh yeah, that's right. But then, like, the whole fight with Ryder, this looked like anime quality, modern anime quality. It's crazy how good this fight looked. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. I feel like, you know, like, yeah. And then you have this one where it's like really generic looking, yeah. But like, yeah, like, I don't know if they just touched up a few scenes here and there or what. Like, that looked really crazy good. I think there's a lot of Ryder scenes that just looked way better than most of this route. I don't know why. Like, even Gilgamesh looks really wonky in some of these pictures, and I don't know why. That's pretty weird. Let me see. I got some new information, but I'm not sure what. Yeah, we had that. Yeah, we already got all that. Berserker, no. Assassin, no. No. I think it's Lancer. I think that he's the one that we... Yeah. The Master Kirei Kodamine. Actually, same with this one, right? Kirei Kodamine, yeah. Goes battle. Yeah. Wait. They never talked about. They never addressed that that Shiro's wound stopped hurting, which should imply that Lancer was killed. Unless he just deactivated his curse. I don't know if he even can do that. I mean, technically they said, well, Saber went next to Shiro and then that helped alleviate the curse. But I didn't think that implied that it cured the curse. So I don't quite know what's going on here. But they haven't mentioned the curse ever since Saber got near Shiro and he started feeling better. That would be very interesting if he died off screen. But that would be in line with what's been going on in this route. Like, oh, Archer, you don't even see any of the fight. Let's see. Assassin, you don't see any of the fight. Caster, you saw the full fight. So then, yeah, if you don't see the ending of Lancer, it's like, well, we know for sure Lancer shouldn't have any chance of beating Gilgamesh anyway, so we don't have to see what happened, but... Well, and that's the thing. The anime did show the fight that Archer had with Berserker, and it was spoilery because they were combining the roots, and so they were like, hey, here, he used unlimited blade works in this fight. But the funny thing about that is, from my point of view, because... you know, I saw that route first of the three. I was just like, oh, wow, that looked really cool. And then he died. And it was like, oh, well, that sucks, but whatever. So then when I found out, oh, there's another route, it's like, oh, I guess we're going to learn more about Unlimited Blade Works. You know, like, just like a hint of what's to come. You know, that's what they should have shown. Instead, the Fate route, like, it does show hints, but, like, nothing very concrete. Instead, it just makes you wonder, like... It makes you wonder about a lot of stuff. Like, why did Caster decide, I'm going to attack them straight on at the mansion? I don't know. Because, like, meanwhile, in Unlimited Blade Works, Caster just never attacks them at the mansion and just actually has a good plan. I mean, it's just author's choice at the end of the day. Oh, I thought maybe they'd have the sword's sheath information here, but guess not. Weapon, the Azos blade. There. Rin Tosaka. Yeah, I wonder what this means. It is modeled after the dagger favored by the man who laid down the foundation of modern alchemy. I guess that would have to be... Oh man, what's his name? The guy with the 5 elements and the 5 jewels on the sword. I keep thinking Hohenheim, but that's not the right word. I think it starts with an H though. And then I think I looked at the rest of these, I think. Yeah, okay. I saw the rest of these. But yeah, I just wanted to go over this real quick. I guess I'll be finishing this tomorrow. We'll see. I'm kind of expecting this to be another 4-hour stream tomorrow. That's why I was like, I could continue tonight, but I don't want to stop with like 2 hours left or something right in the middle of the final fight. So, but yeah, thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. Finally getting to the end here. But yeah, I didn't think this final day would end up being more or less 8 hours long. But yeah, see ya.